I think we're on. Welcome, everyone. This is Laura Loforti. I'm the co-founder and co-director of the Vanport Mosaic. I'm a story midwife, and I'm excited to be here with you all in a day that feels particularly important to gather around stories. I'll be completely transparent. This is the first time we attempt something like this. It's going to be an event from 11:30 to 3 p.m. today. And we are going to try to be together as we always do at this time of the year when we gather in North and Northeast Portland to commemorate the anniversary of the Vanport Flood. This is our fifth year of the Vanport Mosaic Festival. Obviously, we couldn't gather as we always do in small, intimate venues, rich of histories, because it would be a very bad idea and we want to be safe. But we felt that it was still important to gather and to share stories and to remember. We are a platform for memory activism, and our mission and our aspiration is to amplify, honor, present, and preserve the many silent histories of our region. And that is because if we don't look back, we can move forward. And this is the message throughout the day that we want to share with you. It's not about looking back to, as an intellectual exercise. Remembering is an act of resistance, and these stories cannot be forgotten. And especially as we are witnessing once again the legacy of these histories, we want to remember history is now, and we have an opportunity to write a new chapter if we choose so. But until we acknowledge that, we keep saying this is not America, this is not our America. It is, and you will see throughout the day the stories told by those who experience these histories. We remind you that this is America, and America is complex, as all of us are. We are many things, and so our call to you is to remember that we are a mosaic, and that is going to be our exploration throughout the day. I am very honored to be joined here today by Chisao Hata, a community weaver, as I love to call her, because I think we need community weavers more than ever today. We also need people to support this kind of work, and I want to acknowledge the incredible support we received as we had to change our plans and learn new technology and rethink and recreate all our work in this new platform. I want to acknowledge our supporters and sponsors: the Multnomah County Drainage District, Port of Portland, the Office of Community and Civic Life, Apex, Metro, Prosper Portland, the Oregon Historical Society, and our mentor, supporter, and founder, Regional Arts and Cultural Council, and the Oregon Cultural Trust. And all the donors, I can't name you all, but truly without you, we couldn't do this. And I want you to know that all you being donating and giving to our organization allow us to pay all the artists and cultural organizers and activists who have been part of this effort that we started May 8th, and it's gonna end tomorrow. Throughout the day, though, today we want to encourage you to think of organizations and causes that speak to you today. Of course, we are happy to receive your support, but today we invite you personally because we are based in Portland and we are thinking of organizations doing important work. We want to support Word is Bond, and I will share the link and you will find information and see if this is something that speaks to you. Please do support organizations doing their work on the ground in solidarity with communities. Chisao, join me, please.
So thank you so much, Laura, for curating this year's festival 2020, the virtual Vanport Mosaic. And it's been, I know, a challenge, but definitely a wide range of performances and discussions and events that have been here. We have 2 more days, and so we want you to join us for as much as you can. because this is a historic moment, not only for the pandemic, but what we are experiencing in America. And we all have an opportunity now to step it up, to look at ourselves, to look at what kind of America we want to create. And so the questions this year that Vanport Mosaic explored were, who gets to be American? And what does it mean to be an American today? And those questions have to be at the forefront as we watch history being made throughout this country of anger and burning and resistance and solidarity movements coming down to the racism that has been happening in America since its inception. So educate yourself about the history, because history is prelude. And we can together create a new America as we reemerge and as we redefine and as we rediscover and adapt who we are in this landscape. So please join us over these next 2 days. We want to open up today's festival with a song and a poem, a story by the First World Peoples Blessing from Ed Edmo and John Edmo. Their event was pre-recorded, but please join us for as much as you can and whenever you can today and tomorrow. Thank you for supporting and joining Vanport Mosaic 2020 Virtual Festival.
I'm Ed Edmo. I'm Shoshone, Bannock, Nez Perce, Yakima. Raised about 95 miles east of here at a place called Slala Falls. When the cold winter wind was blowing down from east. To Oregon through the Columbia River Gorge. I'd be covered with many quilts made by loving hands by mom, aunties, and grandma. There'd be the crackle of the fire and the whistle. My father would tell me stories. I thought I'd be getting stories. I didn't realize I'd be getting my culture handed down from generation. I'm Ed Edmo. I'm Shoshone, Bannock, Nez Perce, Yakima. Raised about 95 miles east of here at a place called Slala Falls. When the cold winter wind was blowing down from eastern Oregon through the Columbia River Gorge, I'd be covered with many quilts made by loving hands by mom, aunties, and grandma. There'd be the crackle of the fire and the whistle. My father would tell me stories. I thought I'd be getting stories. I didn't realize I'd be getting my culture handed down from generation to generation.
I'm John Edmo on Nez Perce, Yakima, Frog Lake, Cree Nation, Lakota, Jewish, and Irish. I'm a powwow singer, a round dance singer of all time. I sing around Indian country, United States, Canada. Sing for Vanport.
Land acknowledgement. Song to bring fair weather from you whose day it is. Get your rainbow colors so it may be beautiful. You whose day it is. Get your rainbow colors so that it may be beautiful. You whose day it is. Get your rainbow colors so that it may be beautiful. The Kalapia lived by the Great Falls, which is now Oregon City.
Okay.
Women were chiefs. At Faladi lived the Tualatin Plains. Santiam lived by the Santiam River. Blind people would make arrowheads. Only thing they could do was make arrowheads. Everyone had a job. A shaman said, the land is going to be covered, be black. After he died, the pioneers came and plowed up the Willamette Valley, and the earth looked black. They said, this is what he must have saw in his dream. When the new moon came out, they spoke to the new moon. We are still here. We are alive. We see you come out again. We are still here. We are alive.
I'm honored to sing for Vanport Mosaic. This song actually is composed by my brother, Elegance Gabriel, but I had permission to sing it. We call it the Dancing Mothers. I want to say thank you to everybody out there. Let's go. Tayo.
I just need to print out the schedule too.
Long time ago, there was no Columbia River. Castiamadra, there was a great big lake where glacier melted 3.5 million years ago, forming the rivers and lakes to the northwest. But that's science. Want to know what the Indians say? Coyote took a big stick to the top mountain and dug and sang. A powerful song. Help me say it, everyone. Coyote took a big stick to the top mountain, dug and sang. A powerful song. The water broke through, forming what we call Inchiwana, the big river. Animal people moved on to the riverbanks to be closer to the water. Coyote part of say was walking up and down Inchiwana to see what he had made. So the animal people didn't have much to eat. They were close to the ocean. He saw many salmon swim in the ocean and used his power. Told the salmon to swim upstream. That's how Coyote made Inchiwana. That's why the salmon swim upstream. That's the Colville legend. Thank you very much for supporting Vanport Mosaic. I had fun. Hope you had fun too.
We love you, Vanport. Keep on working with you guys forever.
Take care. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Wow. It is incredible to be able to do all this. And I do want to acknowledge what an incredible community effort the whole festival has been. The video that you just saw was shot and produced in 2 days by Brian Burke, who went to visit Ed and John Edmo in Gresham. So you'll hear me saying this over and over because I think it is the story behind the story. How a memory activism effort such as this can happen is with you all. And I can't continue in the program without acknowledging Damaris Webb and Judith Yackel, who are, you know, the legs of the organization. We are we launched this organization in 2015. or officially. So many members of this collective have been doing memory activism in a way or in another for way longer than that. I can name everyone, but I will throughout the day. We're going to start watching a few of the oral histories from the Vanport Mosaic Living Archive. Again, this is another incredible effort that we started, thinking that it was going to be a 6-month project, and it is ongoing. And we've been recording stories with the Vanport community since 2014. The stories, you will see a few clips. They're 5-7 minutes long. They are part of, each interview is 2 hours long. So imagine what's behind each of these stories. This is just a glimpse into this wonderful and important experiences and memories. Each story has been produced by many people, and you will see the credits. So I won't name them all, but I acknowledge all the work behind everything we do. So why don't we start with a few stories, and then I can see that we managed to fix a few technical problems, and I see Miss Mariah ready to join live. And on that note, in full transparency, I'm here with my husband. Maybe at some point I turn the laptop. You have no idea what an incredible family effort also this festival has been, and it is. So forgive any technical issues. We are learning with you as we go. So please be patient. If there's some technical issues, we'll try to fix them, but we are gonna be here with you. I also want to remind you this whole event is being recorded, so you can come in and out. It's gonna be archived, so anyone can join it anytime, any day after today. So let's watch a few stories, and then we'll come back with Miss Mariah.
I said, Mother dear, what did you think of Vanport? And she says, Eddie, she says, when we first moved into Vanport, she said her first reaction was that she cried because number one, in Birmingham, we had our own home and we had our own backyard and front yard because she had just never seen that many people together in her life. My dad, along with a couple of other friends in Birmingham, they came out here in 1942 to work in the Kaiser shipyards, and then the family, we all followed in 1944. Henry J. Kaiser, the industrialist, when they opened the shipyards up, he needed lots of workers. They took these special trains. They were called the Henry J. Kaiser Special. They went all over the country, picking up people, offering them a train ride out to the West Coast. And they came by the hundreds and thousands. But the thing is that there was no housing for them. They had redlining here in Portland, and there was just the Albina neighborhood was where most of the blacks lived. There was just no place to live. The only place where blacks could stay was in Giles Lake and Vanport. Vanport included schools. It included a post office, 3 large shopping centers, which had variety store and drugstore. It also included daycare centers there and a 24-hour nursery. Kaiser built a small hospital in Vanport. There was a jail, small jail, police department, and there was 4 large parks and 1 large athletic field. The northern boundary of Vanport really sort of followed Marine Drive. The eastern boundary would be present-day I-5, and the southern boundary of Vanport was the Columbia Slough. And then the western boundary of Vanport was the railroad, and that railroad area was a large berm dike area where that really broke to cause the flood. You would see trains coming from out of the north, and they would be military trains. Every now and then, the train would stop, and people would go up to greet the soldiers and say hello to them and good luck to them. Several times there would be a train full of just African American soldiers, because the white soldiers were in their own car and the black soldiers. And that was really so very exciting for the African American community, because that was where the largest percentage of African Americans were living, was in Vanport at that time. It brought the war very close to you, though there were no bullets being fired, but you had a sense that these young men, mostly very young men, were going somewhere. A bit of excitement in it also. It really was a 24-hour city at the height of the war, because those trucks would come through with they were like a cattle truck, and they would come through 3 times every day except for Sunday to pick up the workers. And people were really making good money at the shipyards. And for the kids, we also use our wagons to go up to the store and bring people's grocery home. And they would always give you a quarter or 15 cents. And there was always sounds, I remember when people would be sleeping during the day, a lot of times they would turn their radio on, and you sort of got used to hearing the theme songs from all the soap operas after the war ended. And a lot of people left Vanport and they went back home. The population of Vanport on the day of the flood was about 18,300 people. And I think the African American population was probably maybe a good 20%. The morning of May 30th, 1948, when we woke up that morning, they were building dikes and they were sandbagging, and there was conversation about will it hold, will it not. My mother and a very good friend of hers, Mrs. Sylvia, decided they would go up and see the river. And myself and a couple of my other brothers, we went up with them. And we were not too far from the river. A policeman came by on a motorcycle, and he said, well, you folks better get out of Vanport. He said, the dike has started breaking, and this place will be on the water probably about 30 or 40 minutes. And so we hurried back home. And my mother got a small suitcase and put a change of underclothes in there for all of us kids, and grabbed a few important papers and a few pictures, and we got in a neighbor's car and we drove up to what is now I-5. I remember being up there. You could see people streaming out of Vanport, coming up the hill, mostly with their suitcases, and some kids with their bikes. And someone said, well, we'll go back tomorrow morning. As soon as that water go down, we get our brooms and we just go down and sweep everything out, and we just go right on back home. And then shortly thereafter, I saw a second wave. And I remember looking out to the west toward the railroad tracks. I saw this huge wave of water, and it hit those units, and it took them up off the ground, just like you would throw toy cars around. And so at that point, I think people realized that we weren't going back. There's not going to be any sweeping out. And I often wondered why there was such that attitude, we'll be going back. People wanted to go back because that was their home. That was all they had. They didn't have houses in Albina. They didn't have houses in Portland. Their home was in Vanport. And so that evening, as things, when it started filling up, everybody knew that it was over.
My family in Japan were farmers. They worked hard, very hard. My uncle and my dad came to America, I think in their teens, like 16 and 17 years old. My mother was born here. I think mainly their values was that, if you work hard and you're honest and do your best, they're trying to pave a good life. And I think that was what they were trying to instill in all of us. My mom and dad had a cleaning business on Gleason. She did alterations and sewing, and my dad did the presses and stuff like that. He was kind of proud that he finally could save enough money and have his own business. With the war, it was taken away, and then he couldn't afford to re-buy it again. After the war, we would drive up Gleason, and my mom and dad said, well, that's where our cleaners used to be. When we first went to Vanport, it was after they closed Minidoka, and family was looking for reasonable, cheap housing, and only thing available was at Vanport. And there was like about 300 Japanese people out of the 1,200 that came out of camp that moved to Vanport. And I was probably about 3 years old. I remember my brother playing marbles, and I think I used to do jump rope and things like that. I think my dad took whatever job he could get after we came back from camp. He got a job being a dishwasher, I believe, at Henry Thiele's. And then later on, he got this job as a delivery truck driver for a dentist uniform company. And later on, my mother ended up being a seamstress there, power sewer, dentist uniform company. We went to church, but for some reason, I do not know why we didn't go the day of the flood. It was just one of those unusual Sundays that we were home. And I remember my mother was saying there was a flyer that says, don't panic, the dike will not break, and we'll warn you, give you plenty of warning. But the next thing I know is that we hurled in our car and picked up the Ikata family, I think the Kasabuchi family, and another family, Ikata family, and we just all piled in our car. We were all like sardines in the car, and even on the running board. And Dad was driving up Denver Avenue, and I could kind of see the water coming, but we were able to make it safe past up to Denver and in safe grounds. We were able to save, 3 or 4 Japanese families out of Vanport. My mother was saying is that for some reason, the Red Cross did not want to help the Japanese people. And I think maybe because they still felt hesitant, because they still thought we were still the enemy, even though the war was over. Only people from the Japanese community helped us, staying at the churches, the Japanese churches. My mom says, well, we lost everything again because they lost everything before the war, going to camp, and then they lost again in Vanport. So they said, we have to start all over again.
So these were only two of, I think by now we have over 50 oral histories that we've been collecting as a community, and we are still doing it. So if you know stories, if you know of people who still need to be interviewed, we'd love to get in touch. And I'm very honored to have with us today Miss Mariah Taylor, who is a Vanport survivor. So maybe we'll call her in and then we share a few more stories, but it's such an honor. And I have to say, it's been nerve-wracking, but also really fun to try to get us all ready to do this live gathering with her. So can you, Andrew, can you bring Miss Mariah in? Andrew's my husband. Ooh. Let's see if it's working. Oh, there is a weird sound. Miss Mariah, we don't hear you. We don't hear your voice. No, we tried so many times and we were ready. So let's see if we can, let's see. In the meantime, I'm going to answer a few questions. People are asking, Tia Lamarque is asking if we have a volunteer program for people who want to learn about collecting oral histories. Yes, we used to do ongoing training, free training, and that's how we created our collective, really. Many people who have been producing stories with us are now friends and part of our collective. So at the moment, given all the struggle for all of us, obviously we are redesigning, we are rethinking, reimagining how we are going to move into this. But I think I'd like to do an online training. So I'll join our newsletter, follow us on social media, and as soon as I get my thoughts together on how to do it, please join us. Oh, Miss Mariah. Oh, you're muted. Let's see. Try again. Okay, let's try. Can I unmute Miss Mariah?
No, she cannot. She'll need to do it on her end.
Miss Mariah, you need to unmute yourself, which sounds like a weird thing to say. I see that there is a symbol that shows that your mic is muted.
Why don't we go to the next video?
Why don't we do this, Miss Mariah? We'll show another story while you and I try to figure it out, as we did. So we know we can do it, okay? So thank you all for your patience. We have to make it happen because you need to have Miss Mariah in your life today. So let's move to the next story and we'll do some troubleshooting in the in the back.
Well, my parents are both Native. They didn't talk about Indian or their experiences of being Indian. So I'm left to believe that it was pretty horrible for them somehow. All the Indians, they were not allowed to speak their language or practice any of their religious background. They weren't allowed to dress like their tribe might dress. So they were definitely going to be assimilated. Although my father, being an artist, drew things of a native nature, Pueblo Indian homes and people. Also, my mother had some lovely jewelry from Southwest and dressed in a manner that other mothers didn't dress like in Vanport. She wore huaraches and long swinging skirts, wonderful beaded earrings, but nobody else's mother dressed like that. But they didn't talk about it. I think you have to be creative to live this life. And I think artists are. And I think Indians are. And I think there's a lot of Indian artists. And I think that may have even become a survival technique, in my opinion. Art. I'm sure it was for my father. When we were little kids, he used to draw cartoon figures for us, and we'd ask him to, and he would draw us cartoon figures. He called them Pogo the Indian kid. And that was a way that we knew we were Indian too. My sister Peggy, who's a year younger than I was, must have picked up my father's artistic talent. Peggy painted about what she knew, and this was what she remembered of Vanport. Well, in this picture, it's Peggy, myself. I'm the tall one because I was the oldest one, and my sister Debbie is the one with blonde hair. The reason we wound up in Vanport was because during the war, my father wasn't able to be a soldier per se because he had TB. And so they came up here to work in the shipyards, and they both became welders. And I suppose they had to find some place to live, so they lived in Vanport. When the flood came, and I don't remember too much, I remember my father was a fireman, and my mother one day started running around the house very frantically and picking up things, and she had just gotten a phone call from my father who told her to get out. The dikes had broken. So he told her to get out, and so she was running around the house gathering things she needed, and the last thing she picked up was the dirty clothes basket. So we got in the car, and she said, "Don't look out the back windows, kids. Just don't look out the back." My father never liked the Red Cross after the flood, and I never really understood why. From my friend who's also went through the flood, she said her parents said that the Red Cross just didn't help anybody at all. That's the way my father put it. They wouldn't even give us a blanket. Both my sister and I had Indian dolls, and of course we didn't grab those when we left. And later we saw photographs that my father and the chief of the fire station went around and took photographs of the damage. And they found our Indian dolls at the top of a closet. They were ruined, of course, but there they were.
I'm Holly Elkins, and originally was born in Marshall County, Iowa. We weren't quite like the Grapes of Wrath people, but this was the next westward trek for people. It was wartime. Gas and tires were rationed. So we had a 1938 Olds. My father couldn't get a trailer. He bought a 1934 Chevy. He built a rack to go on the Olds with toilet plungers so it wouldn't hurt the roof. We piled everything we could in the Chevy, leaving room for one driver. And then the family rode in the Oldsmobile. Remember during World War, the national speed limit was 35 miles an hour. Driving into Vanport was a different experience. Our house that we'd been assigned was on Cottonwood. We drove up to the unit. 3 or 4 kids come running out. A lady came out chasing them with a big butcher knife and yelling and screaming at them. And my mother took one look and burst out crying. She didn't know what we were going to move into in this place. Turned out it wasn't nearly as bad as it appeared, because the lady wasn't really going to kill the kids. She's just mad at them. When we moved to Vanport, it was segregated housing. There was an area set aside for Blacks closer to the highway than where we lived. The Blacks walking to the business center or from school would usually go by our house. My brother loved to fish, so he'd go and catch carp. They were big carp. And he'd lay them out on our postage stamp of a yard. And then when Blacks came by, they liked to buy those. My brother got 25 cents a fish. Remember, we got there with the 2 cars. So Dad decided to sell the 34 Shiv and sold it to colored people down on Cottonwood coming walking home. He looked so funny. He was walking so funny. And he was kept holding up his pants. And he was kind of bulging. And we couldn't figure out what was wrong with Dad. Well, when he got there with the shivvy, the people took out glass mason canning jars full of silver dollars. And he walked home with 300 silver dollars packed all over every pocket thing he had. Then segregation ended. And so the colored people were moved around, and we got colored people in our unit. One was a little Black lady, and she said to my dad one day, "Why do you hate us?" And Dad says, "We don't hate you. We don't know you." I can remember the first Black person I saw. My folks didn't refer to them that way, they were colored. And remember walking down the street, and my mother says, "There's some colored people across the street." And I turned and I looked at them. I was so disappointed. They were just Black. I wanted red, yellow, blue, green people, and they were just dark colored people. Vanport was an important way that Oregon integrated. Oregon was a very segregated state. Vanport brought Blacks to Oregon. So it was its own little melting pot in our nation of melting pots. And I think getting all the different components together is a good thing. I especially think it's a good thing because, our family is a blended family. If it weren't for some of these blendings, we wouldn't get the strength. And I think the nation is much better off because we incorporate all people all the time. Come on, kiddo.
I was listening to you guys' whole stories. I don't know if there's anything.
You knew most of them, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew all of them. Didn't you say there were like white only water fountains or like businesses and stuff?
Oh, no, when we moved out, most of the restaurants or stores we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone.
Does your son-in-law, or is it your dad, does he have roots in Vanport?
No.
From the
No.
Bay Area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Curious.
And when he came to Portland, he thought it was a white city. He
It
tells
is a white city.
Okay, so I think I'm live. You should hear my voice. It doesn't look, sadly, that we were able to solve Miss Mariah's technical problem. She's talking to her daughter. As I mentioned at the beginning, we are in this together, okay? We are figuring things out as we go, from actually pretty much my kitchen to your living room or bedroom. I don't need to know where you're watching this, but let's watch maybe another story while we hopefully try to fix this problem, okay? We have plenty. As I told you, these are just a few stories from a collection of over 50 short documentaries. So we have plenty of stories to share with you. Do you have the next one ready?
There was all kinds of individuals in Vanport. Remember that everyone who came from Vanport came from someplace else. You know, we came from Kansas. There was a lot of Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas, and what have you, more Southern than Midwestern. So you had to learn to actually meet new people. And then you also had to learn to actually to experience new cultures. It was not, quote, a Black community, quote unquote. You know, you had Caucasians as well. Your schools were mixed. The Joe's supermarket that we all shopped at, it was integrated. Foods were exciting. You know, my dad was a meat and potato person, and, you know, suddenly, you know, you're being exposed to greens and other things. And so, you know, it was nice. I mean, for me as a kid, I thought it was nice. Oh, I remember in and out of people's houses, whether it was in and out to play with individuals my age, whether it was having dinner or lunch. I probably had more adopted aunts and uncles in that kind of a community experience than I think individuals have today. Because individuals then took care of each other. And so those relationships lasted for decades. From Vanport into Portland, those relationships continued. The day of the flood, I can still remember my mom was cooking a pot roast because it was a Sunday. So not knowing where we're going to be, she made certain that we had the pot roast in case we had to have something to eat. I remember the drive up to Denver. I remember seeing houses floating with people on top of houses. I got my dog, Tippy, and my doll. And so that was my total possessions in coming out of the flood. The first place that we stayed was at Jefferson High School, on pallets on the floor. And my dog, he wasn't very gruff dog, you know, he's really rather docile. Well, that night, Tippy protected that pot roast. He wasn't about to let anybody get close to that pot roast. I think he knew that might be our last meal. So, you know, we stayed a couple, 3 nights at Jefferson, and then the churches and Red Cross and others began to try to find places for people to stay. And the question became, what do you do to entertain all these kids? I mean, parents had all these worries. No house, no food, and what have you, 13,000 individuals. So between the churches and Red Cross and the community, really were the ones who stepped up. I think I must have went to every Bible class, camp and what have you that existed during the summer. Kids were scattered all over Portland because that was a lot of kids and people to absorb in Portland at one time. After the flood, it was quite a debate and a lot of discussion about whether or not and where they were going to put us. I mean, Albina became Albina because it was a conscious decision that was made to draw those lines so that the individuals would not move all over Portland, but there was a concentrated area for those coming from Vanport. That was done by design. It was a vibrant community. Kind of everybody knew everybody. There is this interconnection. There's this human connection that exists. So we didn't know that we didn't belong because there was some interaction everywhere. the community then, and even though it was, we would call it somewhat segregated, and even though the Egyptian theater, you had to go sit in the balcony, the Black business ownership existed. Williams Avenue had more restaurants, barbecue places. But for me, my favorite place was Scotty's. My mom loved barbecue. My mom didn't cook barbecue, but my mom loved barbecue because she would send my dad to Scotty's or wherever to get her barbecue. And if you ever saw someone who relished the taste of barbecue, it was watching my mother eat barbecue. And my dad watching her. That was the best love affair that I have ever seen. And so when I opened Jackie's Ribs, that was a tribute to my mother. And I got very emotional because there was a time there were restaurants in Portland that I could not go and sit in. And for me to return to Portland and to open Jackie's Ribs right smack in downtown Portland, right across from the Hilton Hotel, said volumes.
I think I'm back on, and I don't see Miss Mariah in the waiting room, but I do want to really honor her presence, and I see beautiful comments that I'm here and there I'm going to share, but I feel like we all realize that these voices are so important, and sadly, as you know, we are losing them. We are losing them. This is a very urgent project, and I'm so grateful to you all for being here. I see there are about 70 people watching this. So let me honor Miss Mariah. I don't know if I will be able to bring her back here with us, but I want to share this picture that was from yesterday. There was a vigil at Peninsula Park. You know, I don't need to tell you what's happening in our country, and there are important moments of healing, if that's possible right now. Miss Mariah is a healing presence in our communities, and she's living history, and not only because she's a Vanport survivor, but she's a community leader, and I can't tell her, I don't want to tell her story. She was supposed to tell her own story, but this is a picture about her yesterday at the vigil, praying for all of us and the future of our country. Since I see her. Can we try one more time? Otherwise, I found a clip from the Oregonian, and worst come to worst, I'll share that interview. Let's see. Oh, I see a mic still muted. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Now that I hit the mute button, it's unmuted.
I'm so glad you're here.
My daughter just fixed it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, what an honor. You mean you can actually see and hear me?
Yes, what? We do. We do. So why don't I remove myself so we can actually just be with Miss Mariah. And Miss Mariah, if you want to share a few memories, but also if you want to share a few words for this history as we are living it.
To me, this is an honor. It is a bittersweet period of May 30th, 1948. My family of 12, my mother had 12 children in Texas prior to our move, but only 10 survived. So there were my parents and 10 children. And that was December 26, 1948, that we moved to Vanport. I was 8 years old at that time, and that was 72 years ago. And I remember it to this day very vividly as if it was yesterday. My story is not going to go longer than a few minutes because I have 72 years of memories, beautiful memories of the Piggly Wiggly store, the red, white, and blue store, beautiful friends. My favorite was Jean Hashimoto. To this time, I cannot find her. I don't know whether she is still with us or not, but I do know that I have those beautiful memories and appreciation so much for um, the Japanese Americans, particularly after visiting that site, seeing those names on the wall out at the expo center and knowing what they went through and the segregation and the hatred and being in prison. My heart is full of beautiful memories as well. Um, the times that I spent with my friends in that area, the poppies, the California poppies that were on the hill um, on Denver Avenue, which is where we lived at that time during the flood, and how my sister used to go up and pick the poppies. And actually, the two stories ahead of mine, um, Janice, that talked about the living situation of being given a warning that everything was all right when it, if things were not all right and the dike was at risk of breaking, we would be given notice in time to evacuate. Unfortunately, that did not happen. 12 hours later, that was 2 in the morning, that May 30th, 1948, at 2 a.m., they slipped that notice under the door of my parents. 2 p.m., the dike broke in 2 places. The flooding that took place was when the water, the Columbia, spilled over Marine Drive. Everything was flooded up to Columbia Boulevard. And our family got out alive. I thank God for that. But because we were a family of 12, they could not accommodate us in the regular housing situation. There was no house to accommodate that family size. By the way, I have no idea how 12 people got in a car with the running board, and they had to have had some of us on the roof and some in the trunk, et cetera, to put 12 people to be transported to a railroad station. I mean, a train station, so that we can come to Portland. At that time, it was Southern Pacific Railroad. Um, Now it's Union Pacific Railroad. So we were transported to the station in that car. We made it, but to accommodate that family size, they put us in Reuben P. Boyce Elementary School, which is on Fremont, right today. Boyce Elementary. That's where we lived, and I remember being on the little merry-go-round that you spin round and around, and getting lost from there and returning home by the police. Many beautiful memories. What the glue that held us together, May 30th, 1948, was the faith that we had. My family had moved from Atlanta, Texas, which most people haven't heard of. It's actually where Ellen DeGeneres was born. Even her fame didn't put it on the map. It's too small. It's a railroad track. The back is Queen City, the front is Atlanta, or vice versa. To this day, it's very small. Um, we made it because he was going to be lynched. And that is how we got our family name. My father had an altercation with one of his counterparts in Jena, Louisiana, and the lynching party were going to come in to get him at midnight to lynch him. They hit him in the forehead with an axe prior to this because of that altercation. The blacks got him out of town and he swam across the bayou. His name was Lee before that swim, before that incident. Afterwards, they changed his name to Allen. That's how we got our last name of Allen. And my father kept the history name alive by giving most of my brothers, Lee was their middle name, Freddie Lee, so forth and so forth. So Lee was our family name prior to him swimming across the bayou. What kept us alive and the matrix that kept us hopeful and faithful was faith, connection, the community, the faith community that kept us energized, encouraged. There was a woman named Alice Hayden. She was a Mahalia Jackson of Vanport, and her granddaughter still lives today. I have provided her contact information, and that is quite a story because went from church to church singing. We had um, a quartet singing. The pastor of the church there in Vanport was Reverend Thompson, who went blind after the flood. I'll never forget that. The Wilders, um, there were many ministers during that time, including my father, that kept our faith alive and kept us connected. Dr. Unthank was the provider for many, many families in that flood. Not only did he deliver many of the families, because as a general practitioner, but he was my mentor. So that when I started my practice, November 3rd, 1980, he made house calls. He made his in a car. I made mine on an orange bike that is still in my shed in the backyard, and was mentioned when I was on the Oprah show in 2000. He was my mentor and role model. The other was Matt Dishman. He was the first African American sheriff and out in the Vanport area. And Matt Dishman Community Center was named in honor of him because it was first Elliott School, and then it became Knott Street, and then Matt Dishman. When that after Knott Street, the Black Panthers marched and demanded it be named after a community Black icon, and Matt Dishman was that person. Many, many precious memories, but I have to say that while it is bittersweet, we as historians must keep this history alive. We are part of a living history museum. Uh, our stories are, which I got to share at the Oregon Episcopal School um, as part of their Living History Museum. We have to keep it alive. And every time I visit East Delta Park, where I would be this coming month for the East Delta Park powwow, I'm reminded that was Vanport. And that Columbia River slough that you see a quote on Argyle and Denver Avenue is affordable housing that's being built. That slough is what fed us after the Vanport flood. Carpfish, suckerfish, cornbread, um, all of that was part of our Friday meal. Jersey Joe Walcott and Joe Lewis on the radio, and you better not talk when they were when my father was listening to boxing. You better go outside and play jump rope, or we made our own toys. We would take a tin can and stomp on it, and that's what we would clump around. We took a slat that you support a bed with, and we would put a structure on it. We would nail it on there, and we used that as stilts. We played ball outside. We would throw the ball over the roof, and it's called Annie over pigtail. You're on the other side, and someone was on the other side. And if they didn't catch the ball when you threw it over, sometimes they faked it or said they did when you know they didn't. Many of our games were constructed out of memory. We didn't have a refrigerator. We had an ice box. And my sister, to this day, she's a year older, went back to get Kool-Aid out of the ice box during that flood. And I have memories of that. And for those who were not bourgeois, who had ice boxes instead of refrigerators, you know what I'm talking about. The Iceman was Mr. Douglas. He had one arm. His wife, Rosalie Douglas, attended New Hope Missionary Baptist Church in Portland, and also St. Paul. And I saw her march up and sing when she was in her late 90s in that choir. What a joy. Mr. Douglas was our Iceman. Many, many memories. But I also remember the violence that occurred in a wash house. I think it was 10 cents to wash and 5 to dry or something like that. Many fights that broke out because Blacks from the South were angry. They had been subjected to racism, discrimination, everything that you can imagine from the South, and they were tired of it. They didn't trust some of their counterparts. So many fights broke out. But again, I also have memories of the Piggly Wiggly store, the red, white, and blue store, sharing a popsicle, which was nothing left but the stick by the time I shared it with all the other brothers and sisters, sleeping in condemned houses, The house, one of those is still there now, 3805 North Missouri. In the ceiling, there was a break in the ceiling, and maggots used to drop down on top of us. We went up and we slept. Someone's head was at your foot, and someone's foot was at your head. By the way, we could never find out who wet the bed because we all woke up wet. And that's the truth. Beautiful memories, but again, we are the historians of today and tomorrow, and we must keep this history alive. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Miss Mariah. You know what I was thinking as we were listening to you, that now that we figured out how to do it, we could even just do it not just on May 30th. We could just get together online and keep hearing stories. Why not? That's the beauty of this technology. It's sad that we can't be together every year. Today we would actually today was the day we would have had the reunion. We do an annual reunion with you all. And so it's really sad. But let's use this opportunity. As I so appreciate you being here today and all the work that you and your family took on to make it possible. So thank you again.
And the only thing I can say is, like the singers and like I live to sing and I sing to live. We can all look back now on that time in 1948 and say, how I got over, how I got over. You know, my soul looks back and wonder how we made it over. Amen.
Amen. Mariah, thank you. Okay, she does it all the time. A few tears, and I see beautiful comments from you all. I want to just at least for now, I want to bring this one here. Hearing these stories is making me grieve and hope more deeply. This is like church. Thank you all. And I know what you mean, Steph. Don't we need this? We need stories, and we need community, and we need to be together however we can. You don't want to see what's behind this. But I'm excited to bring in another dear friend and another memory activist who, there he is, our rock star historian, Professor James Harrison. I know this was, there was lots of excitement around your participation today, and I'm definitely excited you're here. I met Professor Harrison when I started personally to search and read and wonder about the history of Vanport when I moved with my family from New York in 2014. And I realized that you were researching and writing and educating for many, many years. So you've been a mentor and a friend, and I'm excited to have you here to answer all the questions. We thought that we would share first a great short documentary. It's an interview that John King produced. He's a student at PCC Cascade, and he did such a good job. And so let's share that interview, and then let's gather here. And this is your opportunity, you all here, to answer all the questions. Again, every time we post something on Facebook or on our social media, there's so many questions and also lots of misinformation. So this is it. Today, we're going to tell the truth story of the Miracle City. So let's watch the short documentary, and then we'll be back with questions and conversation.
If we allow Vanport to be forgotten, it's a part of ourselves. If you can imagine waking up tomorrow and not remembering what happened today, it's important. That's historian talking. Okay, the more we know, the better off we are. And To have something deliberately excised from our history is not good at all. The city of Vanport was a worker city. It was built by the Kaiser Company in order to house their workers who were working in the shipyards in Portland. The city was the brainchild of Henry Kaiser, the industrialist, and it was actually started by his son, who had tried to, not provoke, but to prod the city council into building more houses because they had thousands of people coming in to work on the ships and no places to stay. And some people were leaving, which would mean that ships were not being built in a timely manner. And you have to recall that the idea behind the shipbuilding was to help win World War II. It was emblematic of the United States in that people came from all 48 states, from the territory of Alaska, from Mexico. And what drew them there were two things. One, it was near the end of the Depression, and so there were jobs available. But the other one, and I think this is much more important, that people were patriotic. They saw a chance to help to win the war, and so they came to this area. It actually began to fill up as it was being constructed. The first people moved in December of 1942, and the city was completed in August of 1943. There were many things going on. We call it a city, but it did not have a municipal government. It was actually governed by the Housing Authority of Portland, but it had all the amenities of a city, except that they had no say in their own government. And one of the very important things is that no one owned property in Vanport. Number two, everybody there had a job. So there's no unemployment in Vanport because in order to live there, you had to have a job. The city of Vanport grew to be about 40,000 strong by 1944-45. This was the highest population. And the state of mind and feeling of those who moved in differed greatly. For example, one of my friends, Ed Washington, he arrived when he was 7 years of age, asked about it. He thought it was fantastic because it was a big city. His mother, however, he recalls, started crying because it was so crowded. Again, roughly 40,000. They came from Birmingham, where they had their own house and yard, and you could run around. And Vanport was all apartments and very crowded. On the other hand, those who had been living in cars and in theaters and so forth in Portland thought it was wonderful because you had a completely furnished apartment that you could move into. They were glad that they had a place to live. Vanport's uniqueness, I think, is the fact that it was a microcosm of the U.S. It replicated the U.S. in terms of ethnicity, in terms of origins of people. And I think another thing that was really unique about it is the enthusiasm that the people there had for working. They were patriots. And I think that is probably the most important thing about Vanport, that people learned how to live together and work together. The crews that were building Vanport, for example, was about 1/3 women, which was unheard of. Women didn't do construction, but it was necessary in order to get the place up and running as soon as possible. And when it came to the shipyards, you had blacks and whites, American Indians working together. It was, in the words of James T. Hamilton, a fully functioning democracy. May 30th, 1948, there was a flood. It's erroneously called the Vanport Flood, but it's actually the Great Columbia Flood of 1948. The worst natural disaster in the USA in that year. What happened at Vanport was that the Smith Lake rose and rose, and then there was a breakthrough on the western part of Vanport. The folks who were living there were concerned because of the floods coming down the Columbia, but they were told by a note slipped under the doors that they should not worry because the dikes were safe. Ironically, the dikes were safe. And what happened is that the railroad embankment was never meant to be a dike. It was just a fill. And so the water cascaded through it. And you need to realize that Vanport City was constructed in a hollow. It was 14 to 15 feet below river level. And so when the railroad fill broke, it filled up very quickly. The survivors talked about a wave of water, a wall of water coming down. And in less than 45 minutes, the city was all underwater. In 2 hours, it was completely flooded out. And then some people could not make it out. The water came up too quickly. The houses were built on wood platforms rather than concrete, again, so that they could get them up as quickly as possible. And so as the water rose, the apartment units floated. And so people could be seen on the roofs of apartment buildings as they were floating away. The aftermath of the flood is that it took several days before the water started going down. But the people who came out had to be housed. And so the Red Cross took the lead in trying to find places for people. Again, the good thing about a disaster is that people really pulled together. And so even though there was a lot of prejudice in Portland, people opened their doors to the flood victims because there were flood victims. Residents of Vanport became citizens of Portland. And so that spirit that they had engendered there came into Portland. It's the combination of the Vanport people and the old city people who pushed for changes in the city and the state, so that today Portland, for example, is seen as this liberal spot in the West. In 1940s, it was not liberal at all. Most historians credit Vanport, that Vanport story, as being very significant in leading to big changes in the city of Portland. Residents who fled Vanport, some were able to find apartments, but because of restricted covenants and so forth, people of color were generally not able to. The basic area open to people of color was Albina. And so Albina quickly became known as a black area, even though at its greatest, about 40% of the population was black. There was a deliberate attempt to eradicate Vanport. In fact, there is a place we call Delta Park. That's Vanport. So PIR is there. There's a golf course there, which takes probably about half of Vanport. And then there is a flood mitigation area. And some people would like to have it named Vanport. But the city, again, the mayor at that time, and most of the city council didn't want Vanport in the first place, and as soon as it was gone, they were so happy they wanted to eradicate any vestige of the city. And so there was nothing left that was named Vanport, except the Max Station, which is called Vanport Delta Park. So that's all that's left.
I'm gonna hold it and tell you, been coming to my man.
Why has this particular city been obliterated from most histories? I've spoken with people who, I'm not from this area, I've only been here since the 1970s, but I speak with people who grew up here, and I mentioned Vanport, and it's one or two things. For the older folks, it's, oh, the flood. For the younger folks, it's, what's that? So the question is, why has it been obliterated, deliberately obliterated? Because it was a success. And it is part of our history, but it's not part of the history if we don't know about it. And I think it's something that Portlanders can be proud of if they only knew that the Portland area produced half the ships that went out into the Pacific to help win the war. We talk about the war, but we don't talk about the domestic army, the people who helped win the war. That's important, but we don't know it. We don't know that there were people who fought against discrimination in the shipyards, which is very important. The spirit of Vanport. Let's help each other. Let's get along. Let's stand up for democracy. Let's stand up for humanity.
Well, here we are.
Hold on 1 minute.
Yeah. In the meantime, you know what I'd like to do? I want to acknowledge a few comments. First of all, I want to thank Miss Mariah once again. And she wrote these sweet notes. Notice that I did not cry this time. I have too much to be thankful for, to be in tears over this event on today. And one of those that I'm thankful for is your family, Laura. Thank you, Miss Mariah. I appreciate that. I appreciate you so much. James is back.
What? Yes. Hello.
And no worries, we said this was going to happen. Again, we're all in our homes. Well, we can't pretend that's not true. Again, you don't want to know what's behind this. And on my side, there's my husband, and it's home. We are home together. How about that? So no worries for interruptions and real life happening in the background. So James, as you know, I warned you that this was going to happen. We always hear you talking about Vanport, and of course that's why we are here. But I'm interested in the story behind the story. I would like, before we go into the Vanport story, and I see many questions collecting, tell us how you got interested in Vanport. You said you're not from Oregon. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, I was teaching at Portland Community College, and in 1998, there was a display of Vanport, and there were huge pictures, 3 by 5 foot pictures, and they were all of the flood. And being a historian and geographer, I took a look at that, and I kept wondering what else was there, because no kidding, every single picture was the flood. This one event, this 4-hour event. And I started thinking, why was the city there? What did the people do? Why was it important? And so I began doing some research at that time, and still there's only one book about Vanport. I'm writing the second book about Vanport, which will be a little bit more inclusive. But I started thinking about it and studying it, and then I started giving talks about Vanport so that people would know what the city was, why it was there. And as I mentioned on the film, when I talked with people, they didn't know anything about Vanport. They'd say, what is that? Where is it? And why was it important? And I thought, this is part of the history, not only of Portland and Oregon, but of the US. It was an extremely important city, and yet it's been virtually eliminated from our consciousness.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think going back to the 1940s, it was because of the nature of the government at that time, the mayor, the city council, and the general atmosphere of Portland. Portlanders in the 1940s were brought up to believe that they were isolated, insulated, and so forth. And there were a variety of groups that the government and the people did not want. They didn't want Black people, brown people. They didn't want outsiders. They didn't want poor people. And so here comes Vanport, which has all of those. And also, one other very important thing is that even though the government leaders were for the most part Democratic, they were anti-New Deal Democrats. And they did not like, quote, interference from the federal government. And again, here comes Vanport doing all of those things. And so the mayor, in fact, said, Earl Riley was mayor, he said, I guess we have to endure Vanport, but as soon as it's over, according to the act which created it, within 2 years, it should be destroyed. And he wanted it destroyed quickly, not only the buildings and so forth, but the memory of Vanport, which has been very successful.
Yeah. Why don't we take a few questions here and there, because I'm afraid I'm going to miss them if I see them all piling up. Of course, there is a question that comes about all the time, which is about, renaming, changing the name Delta Park to Vanport Park.
Okay, the only thing I know is that a number of people, and you know this, Laura, from the Vanport gatherings, would like to have that put down. There was a movement about 4 years ago, a group of students at one of the local high schools, Madison High School, they started a petition to rename it. And, but that's about as far as it has gone at this point.
A Vanport survivor, Mr. Limor, even before the high school, the school effort, he collected many signatures. He initiated that advocacy effort. From our experience as a collective, who again try to gather what the community wants and try to see how to make it happen, what we've encountered is that it's more complicated than we think, because again, in the effort of honoring a community, there is the risk of erasing other histories. That area is rich of history, particularly from the Indigenous community. Obviously, before Vanport, there was another history that's still continuing on the land, and so it's important. And we, as a memory activism platform, we are community centered. That means that we think that any effort needs to be done in collaboration, in solidarity with the communities. Often, in an effort to honor and to do good, we just skip all the steps, which is to ask those directly impacted, what do you want? And who is going to benefit from this effort, and how do we make it happen in a way that it's beneficial to everyone involved. So yes, we will keep you posted. There are other efforts. Miss Mariah is mentioning one in the comments. I will keep you, again, follow us on social media, since you are on social media. If you're watching from our website, sign up for the newsletter. That's what we do. We share information about all the advocacy efforts and the initiatives, not just about Vanport, but the many silent histories that surround us, which are many, and they're all connected. So James, let's talk a little bit about, there's so much misinformation, and you know better than anyone else. I want to start with this. Whose story is the Vanport story? Because there's a sense of ownership from different communities, and the danger often is that we see histories as in silos. Right? And this is Black history, this is Asian American history, this is white history. Tell us about whose story is that? Who lived in Vanport? Because that's the biggest question that comes over and over.
I would say that it is the American story. It is the story of a variety of groups that have come together or been placed together initially in 1942 during the era of Jim Crow. And so one mythology about Vanport, which is myth, is that it was an integrated community, and that it said because there were Blacks, Indians, later Japanese, and so forth living there. But the reality is that Vanport was a segregated community. There were 3 separate areas, at least up until after the war, in which you had Blacks living. And the apartment buildings, there were 14 apartments in each apartment building, and 4 units were connected to one central station, and all 4 units connected to that central station were either all white or all Black initially, so that we had segregation. There were elementary schools, and there were 2 school districts. The one on the east was all white because that's the way the housing authority established it in terms of segregation. And in the west, the schools were integrated, and they were integrated deliberately by Mr. James C. Hamilton, who was the superintendent of schools, who believed that the schools should teach democracy by showing democracy. So the demographics of Vanport are often mistaken. At its height, it was about 40,000 people, but after the war, people began moving out, and it went down to about 18,700 on the day of the flood. And the reason for that is that, and I should say also that the percentage of Blacks, which began as 7% in the initial year, rose to about 24% by the day of the flood, because Blacks could not find a place to live in Portland. And so whites could move out in larger numbers, and the Black number might have remained the same, but the percentage rose. However, it is not, as I have seen on some things on online, that Vanport was a Black city or predominantly Black city, and I've seen 50%, 60%. No, about 1/4, but you need to know that the reason for that 1/4 is the fact that Black people could not move into the city of Portland because of restrictions, redlining, and so forth.
Yeah. And talking about stories and misconception, let's talk about the official record of victims. You know, we hear 15, 17 people lost their lives, but then we hear from the Vanport survivors that they remember, or they heard from their parents, way more people. What is your take on that? What do you find in research?
A couple of reasons. One is it was a tragedy. Secondly, many of the records were lost in the flood. Some of the records were taken out, but many of the records were lost in the flood. We say, using the sheriff's information, that there were 18,700 people on the day of the flood. However, they were not all in Vanport. Some had gone outside of the city for vacationing. This was Memorial Day weekend. And then, in addition, there were some people living there who were not recorded. They were living with friends illegally, if you will. So several things. We don't know how many people were actually there on the day of the flood. And then secondly, there is a disbelief that a city of 18,000, if that was the number, could have as few as 15 deaths. And so people make up stories sometimes or simply don't believe that evidence. Now, I will say very quickly, we don't know how many people died, and because we don't know how many people live there. But there are stories of people writing letters and sending telegraphs asking about their family members and friends who lived in Vanport. And sometimes these people are found later on to be in California, Portland, other parts of Oregon, and so forth. So that remains one of those unknowns. And many people don't like unknowns. In history, we deal with unknowns all the time because we'll never know everything that happened. But we have to say that the official count is 15. The actual number is unknown because that is the reality.
And on that note, I want to share with you all that around 2, we will actually read those names, the names of the victims, and we will remember them and all the victims, really. There's lots of grief today for Vanport, but there's a sense of loss that we want to acknowledge, and we are going to have Marilyn Keller singing for us. Talking about other things we don't know, another story, a question that comes up over and over is about the houses. What happened to the Vanport houses that they were not destroyed by the flood? Many people say, I live in one, or I lived in one, or the material of my house comes from Vanport. What happened to the houses?
Okay. We look at Vanport as a single unit of things happening, but Vanport changed over time. I'll give you a couple of examples and then get directly to your question. If you read about Vanport, you find out that there were X number of schools. There are 5 schools that were there. But if you get back into the history, what you find out is initially there was going to be 1 school because there was not the expectation that there would be all of these couples with children coming. And so as the area filled up, they had to build more and more schools. In fact, some of the schools started in the apartment buildings until the schools were built. So that is one thing. Another is that beginning in 1944, some of the apartment buildings in Vanport were actually taken apart. They were put together in sections, and so the sections were taken apart and shipped to places like Tacoma and Washington, where they needed houses, shipped down to California. One set of apartment buildings was actually shipped to the University of Portland, another to the University of Oregon in Eugene. And so about 1/3 of the housing was gone by the time of the flood. The other thing is that beginning in 1944-45, as the war was winding down, Vanport became a place where veterans who were wounded were stationed. And then later, the Oregon Higher Education decided to start a college there. Vanport Extension College, later called Vanport College, and that merged after the flood. It became Portland State College in various locations until they established themselves in the old Lincoln High School, and Lincoln Hall is still there as part of it. So you need to know that Vanport was fluid. It was not stationary. It wasn't simply that's Vanport. And that's something that's important for people to know, that it went through several phases. In fact, there was one section of Vanport called Veterans Village, because many veterans, both students and teachers, were living there. And they began a new kind of activism, but that's a whole nother story. But the important thing is that Vanport was not fixed in time. It changed over time. In 1945, for example, the Japanese who were being released from imprisonment, many of them came to Vanport, and they lived there. And after they lost their homes in Portland and were shipped out to Idaho, then they came to Vanport and lost their homes again. So that's another story. But it's important to realize that Vanport was not just a static community. It changed over time.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question?
Oh, was that?
Did I answer your question?
Yes, but you know, I can listen. I can listen quite longer. But I do want to tap into what you said, because maybe Chisao Hata can address that a little bit more later. We heard the story of Jenny Sakamoto, and we have another story that we'll definitely share about the Japanese American experience. And I want to acknowledge that Chisao created this incredible play that was performed during the past festival, and we'll see you know, a few clips as part of the Remembering the Real Festival section. I do want to, since we talk about the veterans, I want to bring this comment by Dave. Born in October 1945, my family and I lived in Vanport following the end of World War II and my father's return from the army. As a side note, my father's father was the personal director for the Kaiser shipyard during the war effort. This is what we love. James and I are so excited to do events because we always hear new pieces, and we'll probably get in touch with you to learn more about your family history, Dave, right?
Yeah, there are so many connections to Vanport. It's incredible. But I want to state one other thing, that Vanport was not only a local issue or the flood, but a national issue. The biggest weather story of 1948 was the Vanport flood. But the interesting thing is that people around the country and around the world reacted to it. There were school children, for example, in New Jersey, who collected money and sent it to the sheriff's office. The president of Brazil, the president of France, sent their condolences. And then, very interesting, I can't remember the city right now, but a group of Japanese students from Japan, our enemy during the war, sent condolences and money to Vanport. So it's such an incredible story of people getting together. And I should say one other thing in terms of people getting together. It was a segregated city, but people learned to live together and to basically get along a lot better. There's something, when people meet each other and talk, then prejudice begins to decline. That was an idea that Superintendent Hamilton had about the schools, to make sure that in the schools in the Western section, the classrooms were mixed and not segregated.
Yeah, and later again, we share also another effort that we took on last year, creating story circles, where with you and many other members of our collective, we really asked these questions, like how this community was created, how did they overcome all the differences, and what can we learn today, where we definitely need a reminder of that done
today.
Yes. Oh, there are so many questions. Let's see if I can bring something back from. Well, this is kind of, since we're talking about today, Steph has this beautiful comment. Do you want to read it, James? Because I butchered the whole, English is not my language.
History as the work of the past, but we are living history and writing it with our actions now. As you experience COVID-19 as an historian, what do you find yourself thinking about? Well, what I'm thinking about is that several things. In emergencies, we behave differently. Sometimes we come closer together, and sometimes, depending on our philosophy and our understanding of history, we move further apart. That's why I think it is important that we know as much history as possible, because an example right now in a couple of states, they're trying to foist the mythology that Africans came to North America to work. That's quite different than being brought over, being kidnapped, being brought over in chains and forced to work. To say someone came to work is an incredible lie that some people believe. And if you believe that, then you're going down the wrong path. And also, if you believe that one group of people is inherently better than another group of people, I think the COVID-19 gives us pause to think about reality and to educate ourselves. Sometimes I taught high school, I taught college, but depending on who you have as a teacher, you may get more or less of the history. And I think it is incumbent upon everyone to learn on their own. You are your own historian was a phrase that goes back to the 1950s, but you have to be very judicious in what you learn.
Yeah. And on that note, I do want to mention that, again, it's an effort that it's ongoing and it's going to take some time, but we are archiving all the stories and all the curricula and photos, everything also that you all sent to us, your own stories. So that, again, this mosaic is not done, right? And all history chapters are not done. I don't know even why we talked about chapters. There is a continuum, right? And we want to say history is now, and what is the new story that we can write together as we learn from the past. So I want to mention that you will find more and more stories as we keep collecting them and archiving them on our website, vanportmosaic.org. Let's see if there is, I would like to mention this because we have Tanya Gossard, who is another incredible historian, and she's mentioning Gals Lake, which is an interesting story connected to Vanport, right? Because this was not the only federal housing project at the time, right?
No, in Portland, there were, I think, 7 different housing projects, but only 2 allowed blacks. Vanport was the most populous one, and then Gals Lake was the other. I should also say that one thing we have to keep in mind is that Vanport means Vancouver and Portland. Vancouver had 9 federal projects, and more greater than Portland. I wouldn't say that they were fully integrated, but they were integrated to a greater extent than Portland was. And the folks in Vanport, the black folks in Vanport, are themselves the descendants of the people of 43, because 43 is when blacks started moving in there to work again in the shipyards and so forth. And that's another example of how the story is large. It's not just Portland, but Vancouver as well. And after the war, some people dispersed going back home. Many stayed here, and some went to Eastern Washington to work on the nuclear project. So that's another connection. There's so many things that are going on where Vanport is extremely important. And I have to say one more time that Vanport helped to win World War II. And I think if nothing else, that should be mentioned. But then if there's time, you can mention other things. And I think the demographics of Vanport are very important because people get such a bad understanding of Vanport. Let me give you one other small example. Vanport had elementary schools, but did not have high schools. And so the high school students went to either one of the Catholic schools, to Jefferson High School, Roosevelt High School, and some went to Cleveland. The ones who went to Cleveland, after a while, asked the bus driver to drop them off about 2 or 3 blocks away from Cleveland so they could walk to the school and not be seen coming off the Vanport bus, because the reputation of Vanport was that there were a bunch of thugs there and so forth, which was not true, but that was the reputation at the time. That was the mythology at the time. And so those students did not want to be associated with Vanport because of that.
And there are many comments, and Miss Mariah is sharing so many interesting stories and so much knowledge. I do want to mention something that she's pointing out. There was no official governing body there. So the housing authority provided its function. And I want to bring it up because very recently in our thread with our community members on social media, we had this conversation and someone was saying, why do we say Vanport City? It wasn't a city. Tell us a little bit more about.
Certainly. In terms of size, it was a city. In terms of reality, it was not. It was sort of like a company town. The company being Portland, they did not have an elected government. There was a city manager, Mr. Franzen, and there was an executive director of the project. It was a housing project, but it was the size of the city in terms of the number of people who were there and all the accoutrements of a city. But the main thing was that it was, even though we were fighting for democracy at that time, Vanport was not a democracy. Several times people tried to get a newspaper going, and the housing authority thought that the newspaper might be critical. And we can see that today, where some people in government don't like to have critique. But criticism is important because it tells you, hey, you need to do something else. And so it was called a city, but you're right, it was not a city in terms of having an independent government. It was, ironically, yoked to the city that didn't want it. And I should say one other thing. We look at Vanport today and we say, oh, that's in the northern part of Portland. Vanport was not part of Portland in 1942. It was part of Multnomah County because Portland ended at Kenton. And speaking of Kenton, if you have been there, if you live in Portland and you go to Kenton, as you're leaving it on interstate and so forth, you'll notice that there's a huge statue of Paul Bunyan. That was to commemorate Portland, or commemorate Oregon actually, in 1958. But the Kenton Business Association asked the city of Portland to commemorate Vanport. They wanted to have something there to say Vanport was important. And again, the city fathers did not want Vanport remembered. And so we have Paul Bunyan. So when I see Paul Bunyan, I think Vanport. And now there's a housing project across from Paul Bunyan, which I think you mentioned, Laura, that they were going to somehow associate with Vanport because it overlooks Vanport.
Yeah, it's by rich development, and we created we hosted a meeting with some of the Vanport survivors so that they could share their feedback. I need to follow up on what name was decided. A couple of questions from our friends on the thread. since we're talking about the kind of the structure of the city, did it have state representatives? That's a good question.
Again, it was a non-voting project. It was outside the city of Portland. It was in the county. They could vote, interestingly, because there were political parties there. And so they could vote for state offices. They could vote for the president and so forth. But, you know, with the numbers in Multnomah County, they were not very effective. They being the ex-residents of Vanport, became much more effective when two things happened. One, they moved into Portland. And even before that, when there were agencies and organizations that were very helpful, one of them being the Urban League, which was created because of the number of Blacks who were in Portland. And the Urban League joined up with earlier groups in Portland, early groups, biracial groups, to push through in the 1950s several ordinances and state laws regarding discrimination.
And you're basically answering a question that came just in. Let's see if there's something else. I want to mention, we will follow up because there is an incredible engagement happening and stories and questions. This is not the last chance, okay? We will follow up with each of you, answer questions. And if you have family members who need to be interviewed, we'll follow up on that. Initially, if you missed that initial conversation, we've been training anyone really to conduct oral history with an ethical framework. And we've been training people to shoot and produce short documentaries. Obviously, we can't do it right now, but we might just create something online so that these stories are very urgent and we need to collect them. So maybe we create a way to do what we did with Miss Mariah. We figure out the technology and how we can record stories, as we need to be safe and not close to each other. There is maybe let's take this one, because it's always a question that comes out, and I said it many times, but it's good to repeat it.
Okay, again, and I think this is something that speaks to the fact that Vanport was an evolving concept and so forth. Initially, it was called the Denver Avenue Project, and then it was called Kaiserville, but there was an injunction against naming federal projects after living individuals. And so even though the Kaiser Company constructed it, and I should also mention, there's so many things mentioned, it cost the Kaiser Company $26 million to build all of those apartments, and they did it in about a year, which is just amazing. And when they sold it to the federal government, they sold it for $26 million. Oh, I'm sorry, they added $1. So it was very, very good deal for the government, but it was also a good deal for the Kaiser Company. But anyway, Kaiserville was the working title, and then it became Vanport. So Vanport is the third name of this community.
Why don't we close? Again, we'll follow up. There are too many questions and stories to address them all, but we will in a different time. Mm-hmm. I do want to mention you're writing and about to publish a book. So please tell us everything about it.
Okay. The current book is called Vanport by Manly Maven. And it was written in the 1970s. And it simply covers the project itself using mostly housing authority documents, which is very limited. The book that I'm writing is from a historical viewpoint. It begins in the 1940s. What was Portland area like prior to Vanport? And then it brings Vanport in and what happened in Vanport. But it's more than just Vanport. For example, Ed Washington arrived in Portland in Vanport on June 6, 1944. I asked him this question, and his answer was no, because he was just 7 years old. But on June 6, 1944, there was an invasion of Fortress Europe, D-Day. And so what I do in my book is I will pull in historical events that Portlanders and Vanporters were aware of that affected, for example, with D-Day invasion, and this was blasted across the front page of the Oregonian, many of the workers decided, okay, I'm going to go home, the war's over. And so then there had to be another recruiting effort to bring more people in and to keep people there. And so things going on outside of Portland were important. In 1948, Earl Riley lost his position as mayor in the May election, and he was gone. And in comes Dorothy McCullough Lee, who pushes through an accommodations bill in the city of Portland, and part of it is the fact that Vanporters and the Urban League and the NAACP and a number of other groups had been pushing for this, but you now have a larger group of people of color who are pushing for those changes. And so my book goes from the late 1930s to the early 1950s, and Vanport is situated right in the middle of it. And Vanport is the engine, if you will, that pushed for a lot of changes.
And when are we going to read it?
Oh, as soon as I finish writing it, it'll take about 6 months to a year before publication. So I am hoping for a 2021 date.
Beautiful. And we will keep you all posted again. Search, and we'll share maybe your contact if people want to contact you directly for presentations or for adding stories or asking questions. Professor Harrison, maybe Greta Smith, who I didn't mention, but she's a wonderful member of our team and public historian who is answering the questions as we are here. Maybe Greta, you can add Professor Harrison's maybe email. Is that okay to share that, James?
I'll also give you my website.
Oh, okay. Let's actually have the website, and then you can always check on, get in touch at Laura at vanportmosaic.org for any other questions. Oh, there are so many questions. We can't take them all, but again, we'll follow up with we have such a rich program until 3:30, so and there are people waiting in the back to come in. But one last thought, James, what does this story mean today, and why it is important today still?
Well, I think it's important for a couple of reasons. One is to realize that ordinary people can make changes. It is also important to realize that a variety of people, a mosaic of people, if you will, have added to the character of Portland and have, oh, thank you very much for putting that up, that the story is not finished yet. I mentioned the spirit of Vanport. Vanport, the community, the buildings died on May 30th, but the spirit of Vanport came into Portland. People working together for the common good, if you will, people working together across ethnic lines.
Thank you, James. Again, this is the website, and we'll keep you posted about the publication of the book. We'll probably do presentation. We'll definitely promote and support this incredible effort. How many years have you been working on this research?
Since 2012.
Okay, so again,
well, actually, research since 1998, but the book since 2012.
So thank you so much for all you've been doing since then and with us, because we bother you every week, basically, for presentations or to help us better understand this history. So we appreciate you, Professor James Harrison, and thank you all for being here. We are going to follow this presentation, this conversation with a couple of short documentaries that really address the land, what is there now. And I'm excited because we have a sort of a virtual tour by Slaptown, and you will see it's just so precious. They went there really as a gift to all of us today. So since usually we meet there, we have bus tours, walking tours, we are in Vanport for the full day, and sadly we can't. They went for us, so we're going to share a video of what it would feel like to be there. So thank you, James. Thank you so much, and thank you all. We are not leaving.
I appreciate the time to share information about Vanport.
Hello, we're here with Berkeley Sherman, and your camera woman today is Tanya March for our virtual tour Portland. We're filming on Memorial Day weekend at the Vanport site. We're at the historic Vanport marker. In 1942, a housing project, which would have been the second largest city in Oregon, opened up. There were 40,000 residents here in the city by 1945.
In 1948, at 4:17 p.m. on Memorial Day, a portion of the dike surrounding Vanport was broken. The Columbia River, swollen with early spring snowmelt, flowed quickly into Vanport. Floodwaters 15 feet deep washed Vanport away. Residents have been assured by authorities that the dikes were holding and that they would be warned in ample time to evacuate. The break caught everyone, including authorities, by surprise. Thankfully, sloughs within Vanport absorbed the initial surge, allowing approximately 40 minutes for most people to flee Vanport to higher ground along Denver Avenue. Still, 18 people lost their lives in the flood. Within an overwhelming number of displaced people, private citizens took many Vanporters into their homes. Bitterness over the lack of proper warning by the authorities resulted in court cases. Ultimately, the courts decided the federal government could not be held responsible for a natural disaster. We are at the Trimax station around where Vanport, well, it looks like it's just everyday items.
So where were these everyday items found?
Well, these everyday items are found in Vanport of the people living there.
Were they found in the 40s?
No, in modern times by people who want to share the history.
So these, we've got a little matchbox car here. We've got some bottles. These are all things, a wrench, that have come up through the mud after the flood. Look, we've got like a little, what is that, Donald Duck?
No, I think that's Daisy Duck.
Daisy Duck, I'm sorry, Daisy Duck. It's kind of, and they cast it and made it part of the railing here at the next station. There's some bike chain. Lots of little matchbox cars.
Pepsi bottle.
Mm-hmm. So if you're ever coming out this way, it's even not planning to come out quite this far, it's a good idea to get off at this MAX station and look at this. Memory of lives lost by people who couldn't get everything out from the flood. Remember, those homes were temporary, so they didn't have foundations. So when the flood waters came, the homes lifted up like boats. I've read interviews where people found their houses, everything's still intact, but the house had been turned around completely a 180. Okay, we've got a mosaic here on the ground. You know, an artistic rendering. It shows that yellow area is the racetrack that we just walked up to the fence of. And they've, let's get to the key so people can see the key. So we're looking here at the wetlands. This is a wildlife sanctuary. There's a lot of work here to restore the wetlands here in Delta Park. People, most of whom came to work during the war in the defense housing. Once the war ended, single moms and African Americans got left behind, and some of the housing was converted into veterans housing. Most students in Portland only learn about Vanport during 3rd grade, during their Portland History unit. This is the textbook for 3rd grade Portland History. It's called Portland, Our Community, a Children's Readings. And I was going to read from an oral history that is here in this book. We have the story about a young woman who moved to Portland during World War II, and she's interviewed by the authors because she lived through the Vanport Flood in 1948. Miss Flowers says to the narrator, "Well, let me tell you, at the time of the Vanport Flood, I was 13 years old and ready to get out of grade school. I had my beautiful outfit that Mom had gotten me. We were looking forward to the most exciting time of our lives. I don't think we really believed that Vanport was going to flood until we began to see the water in the back of the sloughs, like the slough right behind me here. We would go up the embankment, you know, and look over there. We said, oh, that water is really high. Do you think this water's going to flood? We would talk in school about it. Is the water going to cross the dike? No. You see, our parents did not talk to us about the possibility of a flood because they didn't want us to panic. Of course, you know, we kids were busy getting ready for graduation. We'd let our folks take care of the worries about the flood." The narrator asks Mrs. Flowers, "Where was the dike?" "Do you know where Kelly Park is? That's where the dike was. It was along the railroad tracks that go to Kelly Park. The water was coming in from the Columbia River and the Willamette River. They meet up towards Sauvie Island, you know. Well, that dike wasn't big enough or strong enough to hold back all that water. And the water did not have an outlet. So where was it going to go? To the lowest part. That low part was Vanport, where we lived. The water started rising in April and then May, all the way up to Memorial Day." The narrator asked Miss Flowers, "Where were you the day the dike broke?" Miss Flowers responded, "We were at home. I think my mother kept us close because my dad was not there. My grandmother was dying in Oklahoma. He was there. My brother Fred was at the Jansen Beach. His Boy Scout troop was helping sack bags to protect Jansen Beach from the flooding. The way we heard about the dike breaking was from the neighborhoods coming from the movie theater. The manager stopped the movie and said, 'Children, go home. The dike has broken. Go home swiftly.' The kids were out of there. As they ran home, they yelled, 'The dike is broken. The dike is broken.' We heard later that within 25 minutes, the movie theater was gone. Then we heard the warning siren. We had approximately 30 minutes to leave our home and get where we would be safe. My brother Horace got my dad's suitcase and threw things in it. My graduation dress was one. Mother's Oxfords and good shoes, change of clothing. I don't know how he did all this. Mother grabbed John, he was the youngest, and told me to start moving. So I did. We had to walk about half a mile to get to Denver Avenue. Horace had the suitcase. I held on to the tail of my mother's coat, and she had John Edward. The narrator asked, "Did your feet get wet?" No, water did not touch us. We got up onto Denver Avenue. Today, guys, that's interstate. That's the road we took on, that the Max line runs along. Before we saw the water, it wasn't that far behind us, and by then, people are going to get out. That was the safest thing to do. My mother told us to stay together. She said, "Don't look back. Don't ever look back." But I had to look back because it was my home. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to do another video at God's Lake because Miss Flores, like many victims of the Vanport flood, ended up moving into the only other housing project in Oregon that had African Americans anymore at that time. Fairview had had a few in trailer homes. Giles Lake Courts had an African American community of 5,000, not a small community if you consider the Vanport community of African Americans was 6,000. Those displaced African Americans came into Portland when the federal law still allowed deed restrictions. So it was horrible timing, and it was a tragedy that affected our community to this day. Thank you.
Found a white dog out here, and I was taking him for a walk, and they had dug up one of the ponds, and I just happened to look over and see some things laying on top of the dirt, and I thought, well, I'm just going to go investigate what it was. So I looked over there and saw that beautiful picture, looked again and saw something else. And so I went up to Fred Meyer's and bought a bucket, pair of rubber gloves, the longest screwdriver I could find, and I went to town. Been doing it ever since. This area down here has and always will be known as the Vanport Flood. I've lived on the property as caretaker for 26 years. I got quite a collection. The flood was in 1948. We moved in here in 88. So it was in the spring of 1990 I started digging. I just pick a place randomly. Or maybe I've been somewhere and I might have seen a piece of glass or a piece of metal, and that'll attract me, and I'll start digging around there. It's exciting when you can find something that is so old and it's intact. And then you wonder, who owned this? Where did this come from? Was it from one of the people that moved out here to work in the ship's yards? Anyway, let's drive down there and see it. This is my routine. So when I find something like this, I often wonder what it was. That's probably off of a vase or maybe a plate. You can see the little design in there. But I need to get my trusty screwdriver out again. About 2 years ago, sitting down here and got a really eerie feeling. All depends on what you believe in, you know. But yeah, I think there's ghosts. I do. Something. Maybe not a ghost, but something. It's too bad that the city won't recognize this a little bit more, you know, as Vanport. I wish somebody would make a museum and just leave it. It should be a place where Oregon history all the way. There's always new people coming to Oregon, and all the little kids grow up, and it would be history, you know. Maybe someday.
So I wanted to acknowledge also, again, all these memory activists, right? Like Terry Johnson, she's been collecting and preserving these artifacts for over 30 years. And so I want to acknowledge our beautiful community of historians, neighbors, friends, educators, artists, activists, story midwife like myself. We want to invite you to join us. It takes a community to keep stories alive and to care for them and to pass them to the next generation. So I'm so glad to see so many of you join today. I didn't know what to expect. Again, we've never done it. So I appreciate you all, and I want to also appreciate and acknowledge once again those who make our work possible, specifically this incredible festival that we started in May 8th. We have, I think, about 20 events and over 40 artists, cultural organizers, activists, historians, and they're all paid, and we can do this, and it's important to do it because of our generous sponsors and funders. So I want to acknowledge once again the Multnomah County Drainage District, Port of Portland, the Office of Community and Civic Life, Apex Metro, Prosper Portland, Oregon Historical Society, and Oregon Cultural Trust, and the Regional Arts and Cultural Council, and the many donors. I can't name you all, but I'm doing it through via the newsletters. Today, I remind you, we are actually fundraising for another organizations because we felt we wanted to support some critical work on the ground. And the organization we are supporting is World is Bond, and they are raising money for the Leadership Summer program for their Black youth. And it's an incredible program. We've seen it on the ground, and we urge you to support it. It's more important than ever, truly. So I think what we're going to do now, we are running a few minutes behind schedule, and not as bad as I thought. I'll share maybe a couple of more oral histories, and then we moved into really the remembrance and the honoring of those we lost. So why don't I share that, and then we come back live with Marilyn Keller and some other incredible artists that are joining us today. So stay with us.
I was born in Portland, Oregon, Emmanuel Hospital, on April 10th, 1926. Both my father and mother, they were married here in Portland in 1922. So that was probably a year or two after they came over from Japan. My father was a newspaper man, and he ran the newspaper, Japanese newspaper in Portland, Oregon. No English. And it was a daily, Monday through Friday. The thing that impressed me the most was his desk. And the reason his desk impressed me was always covered with papers and everything, but around three edges of the table, there were cigarette burns on all three edges because my dad was a very heavy smoker. I used to deliver papers. I delivered to all the North End Japanese businesses in the what's now known as Old Japantown. And I remember being paid $8 a month for that job. My parents took my sister and me to Japan when we were 4 or 5, 6 years old or something. They had all these shoji screens in Japan. And I can remember wetting my finger and poking my holes through the shoji screens and getting bawled out by my parents. And that's all I can remember about Japan. We had a basketball team that involved kids my age, the Japanese basketball league, and we played every Sunday at Peninsula Park. So I was there playing basketball when word came out that Pearl Harbor had been attacked. And when I came home, FBI agents were still in our house, and they were searching our house for my father. Of course, the newspaper folded that day when they took him. He was put in Multnomah County Jail. So my mother packed the printing press, the type up in boxes. They stored all of his equipment in the basement of that hotel. He had nothing left in the office because all we could take with us to the Assembly Center was what each one of us could carry. The Assembly Center was a horse barn, and the smell just was overwhelming from the minute you walked into that area. My mother, she must have gone through an awful lot to survive all that trouble. We left the Assembly Center in September sometime, but we did go by train to the Minidoka. We had to keep the window shades pulled down day and night all the time while we traveled to Idaho, so that we couldn't see out, nobody could see in. Fortunately, I met a Boy Scout from Seattle, a fellow named John Okamoto. He took my hand and showed me around the whole camp and took care of me while my first few days was there. I never had a chance to meet so many Japanese people before in my life, and it was a real awakening to me. Being in a regular high school in Portland, I never saw that many Japanese. My father, he was given the option, if he wanted to, he and the family could move back to Japan instead of staying here. And we turned that option down right away and said, no, we did not want to go to Japan. So that was not something that we considered doing. The war ended. My parents went to Vanport. So I spent the summer at Vanport College taking a general chemistry course. I remember my father, he had nothing to come back to at all to start business again. The federal government had confiscated all the printing presses and the type and had used them during the war to print propaganda leaflets in the Pacific Theater. And so he had a mimeograph machine, and he wrote all of the articles in Japanese by hand. But when the flood happened in May of 48, my mother was one of the few that drowned in the Vanport flood. Mizu, the first two syllables is water in Japanese. And then my mother's name was Izumi, Mizu, backwards. Both the names had water in their names. After the war broke out, I remember the only prejudiced thing that was said was when I was going to shoot a foul shot, somebody in the audience says, "I remember Pearl Harbor." I still remember that voice saying that. And the message, I think, is that please don't let this kind of thing happen again.
I was in the theater with a bunch of other kids. We were watching a movie. All of a sudden, one kid came in, ran up to the front and said, "The dike broke." And so everybody ran out of the theater. We lived within running distance of the theater, and I ran to our house. We tried to put some things together so we could get all in the car to get out. The water was coming. We were driving as fast as we could. People were running and screaming and trying to keep up with their families. And where's my kid? And everybody was taking care of each other. When we got in the car and was going up the hill, I looked back and I saw a wall of water behind the car. And I realized how close we were to being washed away. But we got up the hill and everybody was helping everybody. I stood with a whole crowd of people looking at the flood just wash the housing units up, and knowing that our possessions were gone. I didn't realize that we were homeless until later on in my life. I looked back and I thought we were absolutely homeless. We didn't have much of anything. But the thing about it was people helped each other. We knew each other. They knew each other from being in the shipyard. They knew each other from being in Vanport, living close together, because it was no other way you weren't going to know somebody. By that time, I understood the really harsh segregation that was present in Oregon. The contrast was that in Las Vegas, I felt that I could go into the store and buy things, any store. There were stores that had signs in the doors, "No Negroes served here." I went in anyway. They served me. So I learned that if I challenged the system, I could probably make a difference. And so I spent a lot of my time figuring out where I was going to go to either challenge or just let things be. And so that was a big job for me in Portland. And whereas in Las Vegas, I didn't have to do that. It really did throw me back to the flood. And I knew how helpless those people felt. I think that was the first time I cried about what had happened to me. And I couldn't be there to help. But I thought, here, this many years have passed, and we're not taking care of them any better than they took care of the people in Vanport.
Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, Laura.
Working.
Yes, so glad.
I would literally cry. I'm so happy to see you. And what an emotional moment to come to be here after the story we just watched, and just to be here today. So I appreciate you being here with the gift of your voice and your heart. I'd love for you to tell us a few words about yourself, because I mean, Portland, everybody in Portland knows you, but there are lots of people from out of state. So please tell us, who is Marilyn Keller?
Marilyn T. Keller is a vocal instrument, which means I work using my voice as my instrument. I have been involved professionally in the music and entertainment industry for 40 years now. I graduated from Mount Hood Community College. Not graduated, but I attended Mount Hood Community College and learned everything that I know about how to sing jazz and blues and pop music and present a professional event. I have sung in many different ensembles. I've been all over the world. One of my dreams and my goals was to travel and also work while I was there and record while I was in these new places. And I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Great Britain, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. I've been all over the country, been to Canada and Spain to present musical concerts and events and master classes in how to use your voice correctly. So Portland is my base of operations right now. And for the next foreseeable future, we will be using this platform, this virtual platform, to present our music to the world until it is safe to do so. Because this air that we're breathing that could possibly be affected by the virus, I have to be very, very careful not to contract this virus. Besides other health risks, if my lungs and my breathing apparatus become involved with this virus, it's very, very likely that I would not make it back from an infection. So I'm staying at home, I'm staying safe, and doing everything that I need to do when I am out to protect myself. And I appreciate Vanport Mosaic. I appreciate you, Laura, for having me be a part of this today virtually. And that's why I wanted to do it live, so I could have that experience of singing. It will be a cappella, no music, but just my voice. But that is what I am, a vocal instrument.
And yeah, you are a gift. That's what, and you've been part of this memory activism effort since we started. You've been singing at every commemoration and celebration, at the reunion. And on that note, the very first reunions were held and screenings were held at the Vancouver Avenue First Baptist Church. And since we are celebrating all of us and all our efforts to as story keepers, I can't not remember our dear Raymond Burrell, who was an incredible historian and mentor and a real story keeper and memory activist. And maybe you can share a few words.
Yes, Raymond and I both attended Vancouver Avenue First Baptist Church together as teenagers. He was part of the youth choir that I sang in, and also he was instrumental in bringing me back to the church. I'm now a member at Augustana Lutheran Church, where we have presented a jazz gospel worship service. For the past 29 years, I've been there singing jazz and gospel and weaving the message of our Lord through music and word. But Raymond made sure that I was included in our reunion choir, in our celebration choir, in the 70th anniversary dedication of the building as it was declared a National Historic Space. I was there for the Diamond Reunion Jubilee, and I was there for his memorial. Just paying attention to a young heart and a young mind and a young soul, that his passion was making sure that the history of our people, not just Vancouver Avenue, but our people here in the Northwest, was preserved and also installed in the Oregon Historical Society, and there is an annex there at Vancouver Avenue that holds a lot of the memorabilia and the artifacts of the journey of African American people here in Oregon. So God bless his memory, and God bless us all as we carry it forward into the future.
Yes. So as we remember all we have lost, and I think we can, maybe we share the names of the victims of the Vanport Flood as you share your song, and we can all remember all our losses. They're incredible individually and as a community and as a country and as a world. So thank you for being here and for your healing gift.
Oh, you're welcome. I've chosen Wade in the Water as the song to sing behind the scrolling of the names. But I want to also call into fact that this song was used during the Underground Railroad years as a call to those slaves who had made the brave choice to leave and make a try for freedom. And it's also been used to illustrate that the fact, no matter what turbulent waters we may be in, God is there and his spirit is moving on the waters. And this is Wade in the Water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. See that band all dressed in white? God's gonna trouble the water. The leader looks just like the Israelite. I know that God's gonna trouble the water. Oh, wade in the water. Wade in the water, children, wade. Wade in the water. I know that God's gonna trouble the water. See that band all dressed in red. God's gonna trouble the water. It must be the children that Moses led. I know that God's gonna trouble the water. Come on now, wade in the water. Wade, wade in the water, children, wade, wade in the water. I know my God's gonna trouble the water. Just look way over Jordan stream. God's gonna trouble the water. It must be the Holy Ghost coming for me. God's gonna trouble the water. Come on now, wade in the water. Whoa, wade, wade in the water. Children, come on and wade. Wade in the water. My God's gonna trouble the water. If you don't believe I've been redeemed, God's gonna trouble the water. Just follow me down to Jordan stream. I know that God's gonna trouble the water. Come on now, wade in the water. Oh, wade. Wade in the water, children. Come on and wade. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Oh, wade in the water. Wade, wade in the water. Children, children, wade. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. I know that God's gonna trouble the water. He'll reach out and he will trouble the water. Your deliverance is there in the water. I know that Jesus is waiting in the water. Come on and wade in the water. Wade, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Oh, God's gonna trouble the water. My God's gonna trouble the water.
I don't even know what to say. I'm a little overwhelmed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will honor those names that are officially recognized, but we know that there were many, many more that we do not know that were lost that day, and that have been lost in the struggle for existence, in the struggle for recognizing the value of those lives spent here in Oregon and across the world. But we will continue to recognize and to think about them and pray for the memory of those souls. Thank you, Laura. I'll see
Thank
you in
you. Yes, you'll come back for the closing. Thank you, Marilyn. And now what we're going to do is that actually we're going to look back as we enter the last part of our program. We want to share with you what the festival in real life looks like and feel like. And also for us, it's a way to remember and be with our incredible community. You will see an incredible energy and many people involved in remembering the many stories. And so I will share with you a short documentary that was created to document the festival in 2017. So that even as an artifact, it's all a recording that I remind you will be available if you want to share it with your family and friends, or use it in schools. Why not? This is history. I want the festival and everyone who has been making it for the past 5 years being seen and acknowledged. So I'll share that with you all, and then we'll come back live with some special guests and other artistic tributes. And then you feel free to keep commenting and sharing your stories and questions, and we'll address them as they come. See you in a few minutes.
But within 1 year, Vanport had 40,000 residents, and it became instantly the second largest city in the state of Oregon. People had 45 minutes to get out. I think at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock, the entire city was underwater. The number of people killed during the flood, we don't know that. The number identified as Vanport residents is 17.
And now we're going to honor the Vanport Day of Remembrance.
Good morning, Mayor Ted Wheeler and members of the Portland City Council. My name is Lorenzo McGee. I am 9 years old and was born in Portland, Oregon. I am honored to be the youngest historian / producer for the Vanport Mosaic. History is important to be shared because it allows us to understand and learn from the past. Please join us at the upcoming festival. Thank you.
Big smiles, everybody.
Of our view, of me and you. We will resurrect hope and cement our faith. We will choose to remember what no one can take. We will rebuild, rebuild, and rebuild again, because our seeds and our bloodline refuse to end. We will walk with our heads held high. Hold on to each other and fight to survive.
Our mission as the Vanport Mosaic is to bring stories that are underrepresented into the larger conversation. Part of what we want to have in communication and conversation with the many different entry points into these stories is, what does it mean to us today?
Well, you noticed probably that there is an Airstream parked outside the firehouse. We are recording albina memories, so life in the neighborhood from 1940s to 1980s.
When we moved to Portland, I thought that it was like so green and just kind of like fairy tale. Some of my best years were like at Jefferson High School. It was a good community, you know, everybody kind of knew everybody, made friends very quickly. Yeah. It would be nice to go back to those times when you just had a lot of community.
Vanport did have Blacks, American Indians, Japanese returnees. The entire eastern half of Vanport was all white. The western half had 3 Black areas. And so the school system, and again, people think the school system, which I think was wonderful, but they think it was integrated. Again, in one zone it was, in the other zone, it was all white.
And then we would jump on like a lot of my friends were Mexican American, and that's all we had, Black and Mexican American in my neighborhood. So we were divided, but we didn't know. You know what I mean? Yeah. As kids, we didn't know.
Probably in the set. For some reason, I get the feeling the set might be over there. For me, it's an honor and it's almost a duty to honestly tell this story and the feeling that comes with displacement and struggle and deferred dreams and the American dream.
The first piece is Hercules Didn't Wade in the Water, and then we'll take an intermission and present American Summer Squash.
There's a story about the lady in Louisiana. She's a flood survivor.
That was Indigenous that connects with Vanport and connects with Katrina for me is that the citizens all felt that the American dream had just went out the window. The American dream was not their dream. It was being displaced and feeling, my God, I just went through the worst thing in my life and I still don't know if the worst is over with.
Don't put this on Katrina. This happened these people were abandoned way before Katrina.
That's it.
story of Vanport is so tied in to the story that's unfolding now with gentrification. And I think that's what you see with a lot of the stories that are told here at the festival. And I hope that's what you see come through in the characters that we focus on.
Before we go any further, we should take a few steps back to the very origin of the neighborhood. Oregon was the only state to enter the Union with a constitutional ban on blacks living and owning property in its territory.
I guess what I wanted to see happen is people give a damn about the community that was there.
So what does this clip that we just saw reveal about change?
They don't think I'm
Thank you for doing this, but what I'm seeing, and I hope I can put it in the right words, is always other people telling our story the way they see it, and not us telling the story and really telling it the way we lived it.
I have good neighbors. I have nothing against my neighbors. They're good people. But it feels kind of lonely when you can't look and see someone who looks something like you, even in the stores, even walking down the street.
I also want to talk about the idea of gentrification because it's the involuntary displacement of individuals who would like to stay. Through urban renewal actions in the city of Portland, we've destroyed neighborhoods. Why? Because we could, because they were poor. You see it in North and Northeast Portland because those residents were poor. Why don't you see it in Laurelhurst? Because they have money to hire lawyers to put an injunction saying you will not do this here. Until we have that honest conversation about how certain individuals have always underwritten the success of America through their involuntary servitude, we cannot get to a solution, period.
It was the year America went to war. Nothing was ever the same again.
On May 6, 1942, Portland was declared the first city on the West Coast to be
free of all people of Japanese ancestry.
When we returned, people wouldn't rent to us. We weren't welcome because of the war.
The government said we should move to Vanport.
Where?
A new town between Vancouver and Portland.
Vanport.
First we lose our homes in the war. Now we lose our homes in the flood.
It's downright biblical.
As is always the case in situations like this, the more we talk to each other, the more we share, the more we realize that we have more in common than not. So I thank you very much for that.
However tattered that American dream may be at the present time or at other times, it is not broken, but it is up to us to keep repairing it, adding to it, and that comes, I believe, from our stories.
Have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers died.
Now you got to teach the others, will you? Those who have not been here. I am Pastor J.W. Matt Hennessy. Thank you for what we have experienced here last year and this year and in other parts of the city as the story has been told.
And when you think about the importance of the narrative of a city, too often the narrative is only shared by the dominant culture. And so many of the stories of the other is left out. And when they're left out, that means we as a city are deficient in truly understanding our intent, and more importantly, the impact of anything we do for or with one another.
All of you are here for the stories, so let's watch a few.
Could this compare the community from now and then?
Well, it does. Now that's a hard question for me because I'm a fellow that believes that everybody should be valued the same. So I'm a kind of person that have lived my life with resentment from what had happened to African Americans in this particular country.
I talk a lot. I'm louder. And I can be irritating. My sister is quiet. That's more like partner and mother.
Oh, okay.
Your turn. We didn't have each other. My kids get tired of listening to all this, let me tell you. No, she's the only one I can talk to about it. And her friend is deceased and mine is very ill, my last friend, so we're the end of it.
Just can't remember who decided oh, but I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Seen sunny days that I thought would never end. Seen the lonely time that I could not find a friend.
Well, we should have been in some of the same classes almost.
Wouldn't surprise me. That's why I got excited about this.
I need a magnifying glass.
I got it. Very important. We know a lot of things happened that didn't please us, but still, you have a history, and it should be put down. So let them hear your voice. Ruby Fandrick, and she's 101 years old. Mr. Minor is 93 years old. Mrs. Glover is 99 years old.
Oh, she said this is after the flood. That's the Swan Island. Look at the houses. Yeah, you're right. All up to the roof, aren't they? Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Say Vanport. Vanport. Say we survived. We survived. All right, one more. All right, everybody. All right.
Okay, so the Vanport site tours today are taking us through about a third of the area to some of the specific places like the site of the theater, the site of Denver Avenue, which is where most people left during the flood.
We're gonna do a tour and then we're gonna come back here for a little theater component that we created to demonstrate what the people of Vanport did day to day and how the flood impacted their lives and how that displacement mirrors Portland's today.
We wanted to thank you guys so much for coming out. There's a lot going on in our city right now, so this is an important moment for us to just really be and watch out and look out for each other. We're in this together.
Royalties has become very successful.
Click! 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 Click!
We'll be doing a short forum piece, which is an interactive play that links what happened then to what's happening now and issues of displacement. But we wanted to link this to the fact that the Black community has faced this time and time again, starting before Vanport, but in Oregon, starting with Vanport. So you're gonna first start by just shaking the person's hand of someone next to you.
Hello, Jessica.
We'll take about a 7-minute stop here. Go out, definitely step on the pad.
So where's the, so there's the breach, it breached there and there. I didn't know about this.
And the folks who came out of Vanport have what they describe, and so I'll use the term, as the Vanport spirit. It was wartime, there was an emergency, we're all in this together, and it would be wonderful if we continued that we're all in this together, because we are. And so I thank you for being on the tour. I hope that you found it interesting.
One interesting thing also that came up was how much everybody helped everybody. People were picking up people in trucks, flatbed trucks and cars and so forth, to be sure that they got out safely.
I found my picture in the archives that I didn't know they had. It's on the billboard out there. This little picture. I'm on a monkey bar.
What you're doing here is a model for other cities, because there's a forgotten history, particularly of people of color, in every city, and we need to elevate that and begin to actually learn from it and to help people tell their own stories.
There's a lack of evidence physically on the cultural landscape, but how does that tie into the people and the voices that were also erased? If there was another flood today, would we know who would be absent? Would we know who also would be washed away in that? Or who's negotiating it day to day who don't count?
Hello? Welcome. Thank you for being part of the Vanport Mosaic Festival 2017. We work with the former Vanport residents and their families to make sure that we honor their experience. We often say these are untold stories, invisible stories, but please let's remember that they were invisible to us. We were not listening, but they were told.
My father, he was given the option, if he wanted to, he and the family could move back to Japan instead of staying here. And we turned that option down right away and said, no, we did not want to go to Japan. So that was not something that we considered doing. The war ended. My parents went to Vanport. When the flood happened in May of 48, my mother was one of the few that drowned in the Vanport flood. And I was going to shoot a foul shot. Somebody in the audience says, I remember Pearl Harbor. I still remember that voice saying that. And the message, I think, is that please don't let this kind of thing happen again.
For too long, the Vanport Flood was an essential but forgotten chapter of Portland's history. The survivors have much to teach us about resilience and about courage. And boy, do we need their lessons today. That's why we gave the Spirit of Portland Award to Vanport Mosaic last year. The Spirit of Portland. This festival and the stories it features, in my view, are a ray of light in the darkness. And for that, today, we can all be grateful. Thank you, Lara.
Operate a drill. Should I do it? We can do it. What's the name of the place you're going called again? It's called Vanport. It's a new way of thinking. You are my child in this old world. Full speed ahead. Welcome to Vanport.
I'm gonna walk right in front of you.
So this is Vanport. I'm finally here. Change my life and start anew. I'm excited to be in Vanport. No matter what the worry, but now the worry's over. This is Vanport. No, not the finest, but it's a place that we call our home. Those pay the bills, a way of living. Yes, this is Vanport.
Well, those were the times. Those were the times.
You looked a little younger there, Laura.
You know, I used to be able to kind of wear cut of some sort. Well,
that was wonderful. Thank you to, I just want to thank everybody that's been a part of this, and particularly the stories that have come forward and the people of color in particular who have withstood and withheld and just survived and gone beyond survival and kept their humanity to teach us how to be human all the time.
Absolutely. And so maybe we enter this final part of our program today, talking about sharing this beautiful effort that we all been part for the past year, really. It's a program that we called Stories in Movement. And I do want to thank particularly the Office of Community and Civic Life of the city of Portland, because they took a risk with us and said, yes, try to create a different way of having dialogues in difficult conversation. And we propose story circles, intergenerational, intercultural, and it was another way to gather around stories, and I will let you talk a little bit about that. But I do want to acknowledge everybody who has been part of this effort, and my parents calling from Italy.
Oh, maybe you should get that.
No, I'm not gonna take it. But again, thanks again to everyone who believed in being together in this vulnerable way that we are not used to anymore. And I don't know why. I think we are going to go back to that. And maybe this is another way. It feels intimate. It doesn't feel like what we saw, being together, hugging each other, being in a space together. But until then, I think we do need to find ways to gather around the stories in the same vulnerable and authentic way, and way to honor those who experience the story. So I will let you take me from here, Chisao, bring our amazing artists on stage. Can we say that? Is this a
yes.
stage?
So Stories in Movement. Thank you, Laura. And we designed this, which was a great pleasure and also an honor, but to be working with the city on this and to have the funding to Vanport Mosaic. And, you know, this was a movement, more about stories and movement. But also to create a movement. And in that, we wanted to take the Vanport story and bring it to life, and not just a part of history, but history and what can we learn into today. So through those circles and bringing people together, and bringing people together that didn't know about Vanport is how this all started. And I have, as an artist, been very interested in not only the role of art, but how art can function as a way to bring us together, not as simply something that is shown on the side, which is also very valuable, but a part of many processes, a part of the main processes, whether it's leadership, dialogue, coming together. So how can we infuse an artful process into whatever we're doing? And this in particular was the sharing of stories and the sharing of history. And so in that arts infusion, we invited two artists. One is Alex Chu, who we first said, would you be a graphic recorder? And he's like, sure, what's that? And we kind of learned that that wasn't exactly, we didn't need a title. We just needed Alex to do what he does. So it was to bring in his artful process. And I just want him to share, because you've brought so much to us, and it's been a part of, now it's a part of Vanport. But would you share a little bit about kind of how you came into it, and then what you've done with it? And then Ken here too, sorry, Ken Yoshikawa, and I'm going to get back to you, Ken, but let's hear from Alex first.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Around the time that I was invited to participate in the Vanport Mosaic, I started doing community murals. And it was a new art form for me to document the community and to try to bring a little bit of history and significant cultural significance into my artwork. And I feel like being part of the Vanport Mosaic was a big honor for me. And it was a lot of new things that I had to think about. And it felt like the art form was more documentary and history than just painting. And it's something that I really enjoy, and something that I would never expect myself to be a part of.
And so I'm going to have Ken just talk a little bit, and then we're going to come back to you, Alex, so we can show your, you brought a video to share about the work that you started to create with us. And the cool thing about it is you were both in the circle. So you were both a part of the conversations and taking that in and processing it through your artist's eye, and being right there, of course, was a little bit different than saying, hey, we had this experience, would you watch it and create something? So Ken came in. I had the pleasure of working with Ken on Gambate, the first version, second version, and third version. And he's now a full collaborator on that, and has gone on in his own career as an actor and poet. But he came in and he sat with us, and he listened, and he processed what people were saying. And so just tell us a little bit about that, Ken.
Sure thing. Well, hi, I'm Ken. I'm an actor and a poet, and I've been working with Giselle, like she said, and I was asked to come into the Stories and Movement as a participant, but I really appreciated and was honored to be there to hear these elders speak on their experiences and the history of it, and to just be on the outside, just listening and processing not just what they were saying, but also like the feeling, the connection, the experience of having to recall what it was like to be in a gone city as a child, as an elder. So there's something very unique about that, and I was inspired to connect to that history and the deep roots in this town, both of oppression, but also of a strength and overcoming that in liberation, which is a long process. But so I'm in solidarity, not just with the elders of Vanport, but also what's going on in the country right now, because it is all connected and relevant. So yeah, and so I wrote a bunch of poems. I'm a spoken word poet, and there's about 140 some ish poems that are going to be in this thing, a video that I presented that we'll be showing later. But anyways.
So thank you so much. And yeah, we could get, yeah, we really want to talk about today and what's going on, but we will do that a little bit later. But I want to just reflect on the process. And Alex, if you would share, and then we'll just go back to Ken and he'll share his poetic creation for us today. And I just want to say that I'm hoping that this day will be a day to help us reflect and appreciate, be angry if we need to. There's so many different emotions, from not being able to touch each other, to greet each other, to talk face to face. So this is our way, and art has a way of healing just in its very nature. But this project had art at its front and center. And so I thank these two artists, and there have been many artists throughout Stories and Movement. This was the very first year, and then we followed up. We were in the middle of our second year, and we had some other artists that were coming in that we will document that work later. But Alex, could you go ahead now?
Sure. The process of creating art for the Vanport Mosaic was just to be present and listen to the stories that were happening around me. So part of it was documenting the portraits of the people there and preserving their presence in that way, and also to listen to the stories that they had to say and then interpreting that into words and phrases that might be significant or universal. It was a really interesting way of painting live. It was very challenging, but I really loved the opportunity. And it seems like it brought a different dimension to the space and to the environment. So I hope that everyone enjoyed it and appreciated it.
And let's watch a little video that Alex put together.
Each other, and we need to have spaces where we gather and we
can.
So Sarna and I designed and we are inviting you to join us in something that we are creating with you. It's a process that we are hoping will be a celebration of discovery and how we can envision and nurture an alternative future where we all belong, where we all can live together in a different way.
Another resource that we overlook, but I think about it every time I think about Vanport, is the music. Music brought people together.
Always does.
And it always does. It still does that.
The wonderful thing about kids that it really doesn't matter. If you have a baseball and somebody else doesn't and they want to play ball, that's going to open a door to you. And also just to zero on just the proximity, the education in Vanport was just unbelievable. And just a little bit, Bea mentioned the band and the fact that every student in Vanport, you didn't have to pass a test if you wanted to play in the school band. You would just join and stay. And so I just want to share that. I just think that we had access to so many things there.
Vanport was a big influence on my life. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from the school, the children, the people in Vanport. I had friends of every color, and that was what got me through many things as I grew older, was the relationships that I had with the kids in Vanport.
So I think everyone had this connection somehow, and I don't think we didn't feel like we were poor, but we were poor because the people in Portland looked down on the people in Vanport. They thought we were lower class people. But I think maybe that's what connected all of us together.
I also had an interest, and my parents always told me, don't let your color be a bar. That's why we moved up here, she said. My mother told me in particular. And I've told you this before and all about other things, that she was a very strong woman, because I knew the things that I had endured in Mississippi wasn't right. And she said, you can be angry, but never hate. Hate the other person's burden. I said this over and over. That's been my mantra for life.
And so I think it carried on even into Vanport. And there was I didn't feel any discrimination. I know that there were many different races that were there. Our family had to go there because of after internment, we had to find a place to stay, and there was no housing really available in Portland that would accept Japanese. So somehow it was gotten word that we could go to Vanport, and it was affordable housing.
this time now, I think our country is really going through chaos. We're seeing the divisiveness that can take place, and we're seeing the prejudices. We're seeing the results of fear. And that has been with the United States as long as I've been here. Fear and not really getting to know the person. And I'm happy that we're doing this because I know your faces, but I still don't know you. And you don't really know me, but we know each other by what we share.
We're going to go. Ken, do you want to introduce your poem? Thank you so much, Alex. That was beautiful. And we've all been mesmerized by the work that you've been doing with Vanport Mosaic.
Thank you.
Yay.
Hi.
Ken?
Hi. I'd love to just introduce this piece. It's a multimedia production of the poems that I wrote in the room, which have since been edited and compiled and ordered, and then I voiced it. It's handwritten. There's music. There's animation, and I noticed there's maybe a little bit of lagging in the stream service, which I just want to there might be some things that are off in the video as it presents, but I want to just say I hope you really enjoy it. It's about 18 minutes, so get a drink of water or something and sit tight. I hope you like it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
It was a big honor.
Mr. Washington, don't let no one turn you round. We have come too far. Tell me, is it just walking when you carry history in every footstep? Is it still talking when you can taste horizon's bittersweet twilight? When the last person who was there stops breathing, did it never happen? Community seems less forever mosaic, more sand mandala. Catch this. Elder reveries recover lost moments from children's memories. They're passing the torch by still fragrant roses of Peninsula Park. Tell them, how well do you know the charms of Ainsworth pavement, the bricks in the walls? How well do you know the changing of the seasons along Alberta? How well do you know the terrible power of invisible lines? Count up the Portlands. Ours is not the same city. There are at least 5. So then, are we sharing one dignified mortality or a hungry ghost? Chattel slavery, Indigenous genocide, and we salute what? Capitalism will always distract us from our story's value. What does it look like to satisfy basic needs at every level? Our common purpose, our mutual survival, these urgent fragments. Bring back together the virtues of that city. Replant a young growth. My city is an orchard on a bicycle, turning thirsty gears. My city sleeps on coffee beans, goes swimming in pools of glowing light. My city juggles good and evil, not choosing which to satisfy. Divided city, selective photography. Didn't see you there. Can you count the times everyone was together? Is it possible? Radio baseball. Everybody welcome here. Turn up the volume. The announcer's voice rang in 10,000 boxes, our hands in the air. Does this count too then? Are we truly connected? Are we listening? block party music, paper plates and laughing friends, barbecue and keys. This are vivid oil, laid briefly on a canvas in no museum. Scattered everywhere, the splitting of an atom, a broke foundation. See how living wheels turned together through that space, that rich, gone city. Atop the train tracks, can't see Bybee Lake from here, tadpoles in the spring. Gymnasium lights, the basketballs echoing before dinner time. We fished over there. Columbia took it back. But for a while, yeah? And that is the way silence speaks eternity. Everything comes back. Words live underneath the pain of our smiling face. Speak truth to power. Do you remember the passing quiet hours when the lights went out? That Cottonwood Street stood out in her memory, where she played with friends. Basketballs bouncing, hammers on the warship steel, Ma cubed potatoes. Do you remember Mom's breakfast? What did she say when she looked at you? Good cooking or bad? It doesn't matter really. That's where people are. This busy city has forgotten to look up. Glowing orange sky. My city is a broken sonnet forced to rhyme, asphalt heart attack. My city forgets the land will one day eat it. Metropolis pride. My city, still a kid just learning how to dance. Come on, YouTube star. This place can't depend on mirrors to see itself. Honk, the light is green. This dream nobody understands, where every word hopes that it belongs. Willie B. Johnson had his feet in the aisle. He had such big feet. Inclusive village. I am my brother's keeper. We're in our own hands. This is what we did. Sacred circles, stacking chairs, use the microphone, empty apple tree, power lines against the clouds, and all these stories. Working mouths and eyes keep history between us and not in our phones. Basically, see, now, I never really lived there. Tender age of 6, they were but children, walking through kaleidoscopes, lights that will go out. I know your faces, but I don't know who you are. Reach past the chaos. Courage is contact, the silence of meeting eyes with folks you don't know. Face your triangle. Everybody raise your hand. I was a teacher. Peanuts all refreshed. She made sure the coffee's full. Took kids to the park. Integrated schools. A forest full of color. Natural movement. I can feel this. We're really gonna make something. Wind blows through the door. It's up to those young, transforming elders' wisdom to proper action. Distilling values, voices trading back and forth through pen to paper. Carry your question. Please listen, dearest. Listen. Waters emerging. What good is meeting when going back home? I find no community. Find us a place where we're safe, can wish together, standing with our dogs. Bright, poor color fields. Survive, sibling. Lean on me. Our murmuration. You know we cousins, living in that rough waiting. Rise that sun, baby. It's all about people, what we do with ideas. Use the microphone. Our privilege is, what could you possibly mean? I'm not racist. Our privilege is ignoring humanity with an ice cream cone. Our privilege is that feeling of unfairness, not obligated. Our privilege is returning to our comfort and renovating. Humans change nature. yet nature is our substance. Come share this sushi. We speak clean English. Look at this American survival instinct. The Japanese will always keep moving forward despite our trauma. Injustice don't stop our spirit's grand momentum. Potato sake. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. Shake your dirty bones. Golden childhood. Mom passed me her dancing feet. It's going down now. Learning how to dance in a horse stall filled with straw. Golden childhood. So I can't tell you the song that was playing then. Not without the smell. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. Show me the money. Floods, storms, filthy pipes, infrastructure failing us. Please define mistake. Say compensation, then all the painful laughter. Please don't doubt justice. Money, time, and strength. Will there ever be enough? Eyes on the prize now. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. Can't do, can't not do. You're not in control. All we have is simple trust that it keeps moving. For love, I'm like you. Don't let color be a bar. Our hands, look, our hands. Take this momentum for ancestors who deserve to be satisfied. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. After changed the past. Oh, mind-made red line, you run cross town underneath this place where I sit. Portland really is black girl just wants her own home. Give it back to her. Bank costume titans own the freezing of our seats. They dance, we suffer. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. I'm sorry it hurts. Mine eyes are useless against slow catastrophe. Nothing seems to change. Waters keep rising. I cannot keep my brother out of my blind spots. Come see the glory of the coming of the Lord. It looks just like us. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. I'm looking at you. Our lives of comfort will kill everyone we know. Status quo promise. Rome's dying again. Seize the means of existence. Hope is a flower. Fear keeps protecting pain behind the glass. Our love restored by breaking. Humans change nature, yet nature is our substance. One more cup of tea. Barbed wire, machine guns, American legacy. Use the hot water. All you're yet to do. Your responsibility. Have you eaten yet? Walls made paper thin. Our memories made thinner. Use the microphone. Get over yourself means knowing your neighbor's names. Be vulnerable. Get over yourself means honor your boundaries. No is powerful. Get over yourself means you are more than you think. Feel your mystery. Get over yourself means letting pain be painful. You're not a machine. Scattered fragments here, gentle treasures and our time. This is what we have. What's left from what's past. Trees from compost onion skins that once made us cry. Across the river, Mississippi hanging hope. Still, I'm looking back. Seeing through the walls. Never went to a horse show. Too long in a stall. Built her own Mount Hood. Stealing sugar from mama. Snow in the clear spring. Slices of cattail. Dad would have been so pissed off I stole his razor. Mrs. Washington, vacuuming in her high heels. Queen floor dignity. Indigenous man, camo shorts and Batman cap. Shake America. There were salmon wars across a shattered country, graveyard continent. Start my heart, oh song, I don't need to understand, just feel connected. Drum made from the land, he sang from beneath his feet. Dad sat still, eyes closed. We're on a mission, bearing trauma to justice. It takes a village. Not by oppression, by love we're knit together, a chosen family, linking arms through time. Knees deep, our possessions gone downstream with our tears. Don't take anything up the mountain, run right now. The dike is broken. White man's diseases, whooping cough, measles, smallpox, first flood of many. Ribs hold just one lung, the other filling with blood. Can you tread water? On the day I die, there'll be birds yet talking about what's over the hill. When the sun goes down, we stay up, dancing, singing. This is where we live and will still be here. New bodies of the same soul. Some things never change. Guilt is satisfied by earnest, unceasing work. Be vindicated. Shame cannot resolve how we found our first shadows. Be valuable. Fear is dividing the colors of our body. Be victorious. Our jobs were purpose. Just give us something to do, or pay for my blood, pay my heart to beat. Give me free my medicine, lest you fall sick too. What does it smell like to cook dinner from money you held back tears for? What does it sound like to catch a break like a 3, swishing through the net? Bucket full of tools, got here my own redemption, been waiting too long. Start the car, honey, it's all coming back to me. Let me tell you now. Grandpa had a car. We made it to Vancouver, but all out of gas. Took a right there and made it to the party. Dad stirred lemonade. Chased down dinner time. Bones breaking in the kitchen. Mama loves chicken. Take me to your grief. On a walk down Island Street. Each new blade of grass. Dirt sticks to my shoes. Running dust past my friends' doors. Never went inside. Automatic doors. Closing behind SUVs. Who is living there? The past is so bright, I cannot see who we are. But magnolias. Today is so bright, I cannot see who we were. But magnolias. What does it look like having built sunshine from scratch? House made of rubble. Crumbled eraser in the margins and binding of a monument. That carp's reflection, shared space with a fishing pole, watching the ripples. To laugh or to cry, to where did the days run off? I'm just sitting here. Magnolia's bright. Does sunshine erase ripples? Laugh today. I'm here.
young man. Wow.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Welcome back, Marilyn. If you don't mind, I'm sure you won't. I'd just like to take a few breaths and take all of that beauty in and just know that love will get us through all of this. And fighting is love and protesting is love. And there's a lot of ways to love in the world, but we're going to make a new America.
Yes, we are.
We're going to make one that works for everybody.
Oh, yes.
That have been down and not been treated fairly and have suffered from racism in America. It's got to stop, and we've got to take our history back.
Yes.
Sport is leading the way. So I'm just going to take a few breaths with you.
We're going to come through this on the other side. I cannot wait to see what the new paradigm is going to be. We can't go back to the way it was. We can't even think or feel the way we felt before this time period. And right now, I'm glad to be here and be part of that. There's a remembrance you want to tell about. I think too that I don't know if I'm to sing during the video or after the video.
You're going to just sing.
Okay.
We're not going to show the video because we just want to see your face and hear you sing and take in your words all the way and have this be a moment of our remembering not just Vanport survivors, but during this pandemic, remembering the best in humanity that we have seen, all of it. And I guess the worst too, that has enlightened us in what we need to do to go forward. So thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you, Giselle. I chose this final song for an honoring of the elders, an honoring of the lives lost during that time, but also to tie together the memory activists of the past and the present, and to reach forward into the future with hope. There is always hope. Mankind, humankind, has a past, a present, and a future, and we are all tied into that. And so these words are filling for me a hopeful future. I was not born here in Portland, but I developed here in Portland as a human being, as an adult human being. And a lot of my mutual stories are tied in with the people who lived in Vanport and who moved into Portland and other spaces in this state and country. And I just want to sing this in honor of them. This is from the great Negro spiritual tradition, and from one of my favorite singers of all time, Mahalia Jackson. Soon I will be done with the troubles of this world, the troubles of this world, the troubles of this world. I sooner will be done with the troubles of the world, going home to live with God. Hallelujah. No more weeping and wailing, no more weeping and wailing, no more weeping and wailing. I'm going home to live with God. I sooner will be done with the troubles of this world, the troubles of this world. Oh, the troubles of the world. Soon I will be done with the troubles of the world, going home to live with God. Oh, I want to see my mother. I want to see my father. I want to see my sisters and my brothers going home to live with God. Oh, I soon will be done with the troubles of the world. Oh, the troubles of the world. Lord, the troubles of the world. I sooner will be done with the troubles of the world. I'm going home to live with God. God bless you all.
Thank you, Marilyn.
So welcome. There's Laura.
I'm useless at this point.
Thank you once again for having me be a part of this. I really appreciate it. And I'll be in contact with both of you very soon. We have steps to take. We have things to do.
We have a lot to do. We're ready.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marion.
And for shoring us up. Well, congratulations, Miss Laura Laforte, for curating such an amazing day and festival, but you're still not done.
We are not done.
We have one more day in the midst of this world of a pandemic and injustice, cultural injustice. And so we will forge on. And I know that the sponsors surely will continue to help you, and that there's been many, many, many people helping out throughout this process. And you've thanked the sponsors throughout, and I would think that they would be really happy.
No, they can say,
I mean, you, you could have said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tired, I'm not going to do it now." But no, you stepped it up and adapted. That's a key word.
Well, it's our community. I mean, truly, everybody here online now, still, there are about 50 people still with us, which is incredible. This is the last two, or the second to the last, how do you say in English? We have one last day.
One more day. We added.
We started May 8th. So please go on our website. All the incredible events are still there. And it's an exploration about around the question, who gets to be American? And you will see there are over 20 events. You can watch them anytime and share them. But there are too many thank you to do. But I want to bring in one last special guest, because as I mentioned in the beginning, we are supporting another Portland-based organization. So thank you for supporting us, of course, but we feel particularly today we want to elevate the very important work of other organizations. And we are supporting Word is Bond, and we have an ambassador for the organization. So let me bring him in. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, good, it works. You never know.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who are you? I know you, but who are you? And tell us about the organization and the work that you all do.
Yeah, of course. So thank you for having me again. My name is Samaritan Kundin, and I'm a student at the University of Oregon. And I've been a member of Word is Bond for the past 2-3 years. And through Word is Bond, we've been finding engaging ways for young Black men in the community to address police brutality through critical dialogue and staying against acts of prejudice and racism, just to uplift and provide trust through our community. So yeah, that's kind of the description that I have with it. I also wanted to thank, Vanport Mosaic for hosting this fundraiser and also providing us a tour a few years back that I got to participate in through the program. So yeah.
I want to make sure that we have your exact URL, because Andrew here, is that the right website?
Yes, my work is on.
Okay. Okay, I want to make sure. So everyone here, go visit this website, Word is Bond, learn about the incredible work that they do. And again, we want donations to go to them today. They have an incredible, did we talk about the summer internship program?
Yeah, I can bring that up. So this year we're having our 4th annual summer internship program for young Black males within the Portland metro area. So that'll be hosted, I think, beginning of July to August-ish. So yeah.
Well, and we didn't ask you the most important question. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Finding ways to, deal with the difficult situation, and, everyone's really frustrated right now and trying to deal with it. But having these conversations and just reaching out with everyone through the community has been really important for me specifically. So
we appreciate you being here today. And
yeah.
again, for this bond.
I also want to say that Lakayana Drury, who is also part, or maybe one of the founders of Word is Bond, he has been one of the artists throughout Vanport Mosaic Virtual this year. And he will be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock as we introduce a reading of poets called We Are America. So we thank you for all your work and taking those young men under your wing and putting your time and energy into our future. And I have to say, I've been totally inspired by the young people that are out there taking a stand and not taking it anymore. Very proud of all of them and you.
Thank you for leading the way. And I will just show someone, he probably is not going to be happy about it, but I'm going to bring in my husband.
Yay!
Interesting enough, he's muted. So he can't complain, but I want to acknowledge the incredible work that he's been doing behind the scene and just preserving my what's left of my mental health. And I think actually I would like Andrew to talk for a moment, to invite people to tomorrow presentation at 2 p.m. since you are going to be hosting it. Do you want me to unmute you or?
Sure. Hold on.
You can come over here because we're actually next to each other.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, I'm love to invite everyone to a conversation that we're having tomorrow at 2 o'clock Pacific time. We have the fortunate and honor to be talking to Paul Kitagaki, who's a photojournalist who shoots for the Sacramento Bee, but has released and has been working on this amazing project looking at the Japanese American incarceration and a reflection of then and now. And really looking forward to both the conversation and learning more about his stories and his experience. And looking forward to sharing that with the community here on Vanport Mosaic. So come on back tomorrow as well.
And officially, thank you for all you've been doing. Again, tomorrow, 2 p.m. And then 5 p.m. for the real closing. I promise you that we added an extra.
The
real end of the festival. Also, people are not gonna let me go on, as I probably would tend to do. So I appreciate everyone who is behind this effort. Our sponsors, we're going to close. Maybe we put the slide just to thank them one more time to supporting us. And thank you all for being here from, some of you probably from 11:30 to 3:30. What an effort and what a day. And let's keep working. And thank you all.
Keep working together.
Together, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chisal. Thank you, Semeridin. Thank you,
Thank
Andrew.
you.
You want to?